Thank you. All right. So if you're watching chat now, Travis,
Yes, I've got it up here.
cool.
Oh, let's see how long the delay is.
Oh yeah, that's a good test.
Yeah.
So I'm because I have a new video card. Travis is very quiet. I'm moving that up right now because I noticed it was quiet from Ultima. You sound great on my end, Travis, so I don't think you need to change a thing. I just need to fix the settings. How about now, Bunny?
How's it sound now? Just staring at the chat. Good. Cool.
Good enough. Good
That's
enough
all,
is not good enough, Bunny.
all we can ask for.
Let's see. Um, yeah, so what else? I guess I should enter game. Um,
I have not played this since I left the team. So
yeah, kind of the same mainly. This tune, I don't know if you've kept up at all, but this guy right here, this level 50 mage, is a legitimate level 50 mage in that he was played from 1 to 50.
yeah.
Um, we had a we had a group that was four mages, one cleric, one enchanter, and
Oh,
we
is it your so was this your like 1 day grind thing?
yeah we
That's
did it
awesome.
like 23 hours.
That's crazy.
Um, it was enlightening. So yeah, like basically, since you've got time, we'll let chat just sort of ramp up a little bit. We'll chill out, and then when I flag you, what we'll do is we'll kick it off with the official "Who are you?" etc. That will allow us to cut the VOD.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool. Hey Hashpipe, what's going on, dude? Doing pretty good today. Spent a little bit of time checking my new router after last night's router death. I've never seen that many blinking red lights, even after letting it sit for a while and turn it back on. So I think it was dead. Fortunately, we just happen to have a brand new one sitting in a box, so I installed that today. Oh man! So
This is wild.
if you haven't played in a while, yeah. Um, oh man, it was funny. Like trying not to get lost here.
Yeah, I'm like, you've got a map?
Oh man.
I forgot we'd added that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I had to download these specific maps from a site, but the
Were you
fact that the
around when
functionality is
were you around when we had to make those maps? Or was that after you left?
no, I was there for that because that was the first set of maps for Eldon, right? I mean Loy.
Was that when it Yeah. I just remember you had to like duck into the corner and walk around every zone manually for like it felt like hours to sketch out the zone itself.
Yeah, I'm sure I was there for that.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if that was part of the original launch cartography feature, or if it was something we added later after cartography was in.
Yeah. Such a pain in the butt.
Hashpipe, you had a 13-hour grind at work yesterday. Today's for relaxation. That seems like a long grind for dealing with data. That still holds up in my opinion.
That's
I
awesome.
still love the disco face,
Yeah.
the nightclub. So I guess they added these shadows at some point later.
Oh wow, yeah. Give it a
And
little depth.
uh, some folks are very critical of them. I watched some other streamers using them,
Sure.
and I was like, oh shit, I actually like the kind of cell shaded look, so I went ahead and turned mine on. Um, more and more I'm kind of liking the idea of simple painted textures on like very simple lower poly models with some little cell shaded effect for a
Yeah, it
modern
holds up
game.
well, and it doesn't age quite as rapidly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my experience with Neriac was I was an enchanter, so my experience with Neriac was sneaking in here to get my spells, and that was one of the more nerve-wracking things I can remember doing.
Wait a second, I'm going in the wrong damn direction, which isn't surprising for here, right? What was your actual race though? If you're sneaking,
Erudite.
you're right. Right on.
Yeah.
Was your GM character as well?
Yeah, that's its own funny story. So I actually I created the character Rashere in EverQuest way back around launch, back when I wasn't way before I got to SOE, and that ended up being the name I used online for everything. And I was community management at the time, so I became really well known by that name externally. I kept that, and when I got to SOE, I then had to change my character name because you couldn't let people know who you're like that you were actually a dev. And so
Right.
I went through this whole thing with my guild where I had to like leave my guild because people couldn't know I was there, and so I had to change Rashere to something else, and Rashere ended up staying my GM name, and then I've used it ever since.
You may wind up repeating that story in a little bit, but yeah,
That's
I
fine.
I remember the whole like stealth thing that had to go on.
Yeah, I like faked drama with my guild. It was hilarious. I like created a fight and stormed out. Like I'm leaving.
I have a similar story about I was in a band once. I was in a little punk rock band when I was in high school, and we we had some good music. Do I just absolutely not know where I'm going?
I have no idea where
So
you
I'm
are.
going to foreign quarter to get out of here. That's right. I went to completely the wrong place. Anyways, I had a really talented band, and I was the least talented person in the band, naturally. And I was supposed to like write songs to go along with the music, and we just never really got around to it. And so we had this show with this like the older kids had a really good band. They were like playing Fugazi and all sorts of stuff and getting
Yeah.
people hyped. And so we were sitting at a Waffle House smoking and drinking coffee and trying to figure out how we were going to handle the show that was coming up in like hours. And so I had the idea of why don't we get in a fight after the first song, and I will get mad at Mark. Mark will make some comment about how the song sucked and I shouldn't be singing. I'll get in a fight with Mark. I'll throw the mic at him or something, and then I'll storm out of the building. And then you guys just play an instrumental set the rest of it. And so that became our plan. And we actually pulled it off. It was at Smiley's Arcade in
Oh my god,
like Ozark, Alabama. And
that's a great
so
name.
we just blasted through this punk rock song, like me screaming for 2 minutes. And then at the end of it, the band started making fun of my singing. And I was like, F you guys. And threw the mic and I'm out of here. And then stormed out. And everybody's like, and then they completely just like wreck shop for the rest of the songs. And one of the guys from the older kids band came out and was like, dude, are you okay? What's going on? I was like, dude, that was completely staged. That was so yeah, man. That's so it's similar to what you did with your guild.
Yeah.
Keebs, thank you for the raid, dude. Arduino, welcome. Brent, sitting in the waiting room. Exactly. That was the song that got everybody so hyped. So what we'll do is, as we've got people like starting to come in, I will continue to make my way through Neriac. That should take us only about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we'll see what happens. Um, Travis, to not keep you too delayed without purpose, what I'll do is once I get up here, I think I know where I'm at for sure now. Once I get up here um, and out, then we'll go ahead. We'll kick it off.
So cool
Um,
seeing.
but people will come in and sort of ask the questions, and you may have to repeat yourself. Yeah, the game is so amazing to get back into. I've had so much fun on Air.
It's awesome.
So one of the other streamers was in here, um, and last night and said, "Is it cool if I post a link to the stream in the 38 Studios Reddit forum?"
Hmm. I need to know the
Or
whole form.
maybe it wasn't 38 Studios. I think
I
so.
gotta Google that.
Kingdoms. Yeah, actually, look for
Sure.
just look for the. I don't know if it's Copernicus or if it's Kingdom, or maybe it's a game specific forum and not 38 Studios.
There's a 38 Studios subreddit. Wow.
Um, and so he mentioned
About
potentially
8 years
posting
ago.
there.
Yeah, that's about right.
Hey, Dr. Donnie. Hey, Seahole. Good to see you again. Arduino, noob question. What kind of stuff do you design as a game designer? You know what? We're going to probably tackle that in a good bit of detail in 1 minute. Let me go ahead and officially start this thing so that we've got it for the VOD, and then we'll just go and we'll see what happens. Um, like I said, Travis, I do think that given all the stuff that you've worked on, we won't be able to cover all of it. Maybe we will, but we'll see. And so if that happens and you have fun here and people are nice, then I may ask you to come back.
I love this stuff, so I'm happy to.
Awesome. All
Yeah.
right. So
Always been big so,
mhm.
I've always been big into this kind of thing. I love interacting with the community, chatting with people.
Yeah, I mean, if that's where you started, right?
Oh, sort of, but yeah.
But we will. All right. So we'll sit here. It's got nice ambient.
It's the bunny.
Um,
Yeah.
all right. So I tell you what, dude. Let's let's go ahead. We'll officially kick it off. That way I can know where we're starting the VOD, and then every question that comes up, like Andruno's question, will just be part of that record that we keep. Because I'm gonna cut all this other bullshit that I've been saying off the front. Um, cool, dude. So, Travis, super cool to have you here. I'm
So
um, I'm thinking that if you could run us through like just a quick bio, like the one that you wrote up for me, like a high level bio, the one that we posted, we would go through that and then basically probably start at the beginning and start going deep on the actual details and questions and stories. But
sure.
that'll give people an overview of who you are and what you did.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Um, so I'll start with my gaming career. We can go before that if you want. I went to school for aerospace engineering, which is its own fun story. Um, like how do you go from that into making video games? But I started off at a company called VR1 Entertainment in Colorado, where I got in quality assurance at the time, and stepped into the QA manager spot after a short period, and then segued from there into community management and customer support. VR1 was a really interesting company in that they were creating the technology behind massive multiplayer games. This was 25 years ago, long time ago, back before EverQuest even existed. And they had a game division that was there to basically use the technology to create games to show that it worked. So it created all these different types of games that were MMOs way back in the day. We can get into that more later. But I went from there to SOE, where obviously I joined EverQuest for, I think I was there for about 5 years, worked on like 8 or 9 expansions, something like that. Ended up being the lead for about 4 years of that. From there, I went to 38 Studios, where I became the design director for Project Copernicus, which was the MMO out there. That exploded spectacularly. I said, screw this. The games division or the game industry is stupid. I want to go someplace. And after that, I went to Amazon for a couple years. That was absolutely horrible. So I went back into the games industry. Where I went to Trion for a bit. Joined Scott Hartzman, if you remember him. He was on your stream recently. From there, I ended up going to Blizzard, where I've been at Blizzard for like the last 4 years or so. And I just left there about a month ago to go join John Blakely at Mutant Arm. So I just started there like 2 weeks ago, and I'm in the process of packing up to move up there at the end of the month. So
Right on.
yeah, I think I counted up, and depending on how you count it, I've worked on like 34 titles over 24 years, something like that. So it's just some ridiculous amount of stuff. So,
That's incredible, dude. And some extremely well-known stuff. That's
hey, Gary, I remember you. Sorry.
yeah, no, 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 no. Yeah, so that's what I think. Looking at the games that you worked on, I think there's going to be a lot of questions, a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
So you mentioned VR1, and now you're back with John at Mutant Arm. So was he? For some reason, I remember you before I remember Blakely and Chris and those guys. Really?
I'm just more memorable. No, Blakely's actually the one that hired me into SOE, sort of. So he and I worked together at VR1. I was doing, like I said, support at that time, but they were working on a game called Lost Continents, which was sort of an MMO based around like pulp fiction, sort of Indiana Jones style pulp fiction. That whole idea where, yeah, anything that was sort of myths and lores from the real world exists, or sorry, myths and lores exist in like the real world and so you go adventuring in the pyramids, that kind of stuff. And I really wanted to get into design at that point. I was having a lot of fun with it. I was getting a lot of feedback. I was learning from the designers there. I don't know if you know Keith Baker. He was the lead designer on that. He went on to create Eberron for D&D. So I learned a
Yeah.
lot from time. And I wanted to segue, but again, I was doing sort of community management and that type of stuff. Blakely ended up going out to SOE and being the producer on EQ2 at that point. And I remember him pinging me. He's like, "Hey, we really need community management out there at EQ2." I love EverQuest. I was like hardcore raider at this point, spending way too much time on that. And I didn't know too much about EQ2. This is prior to launch. But I went out there and I said, I'd be happy to do that, but I'm really interested in getting into design. So I came out there, I interviewed with both him and I interviewed with you and Jake at the same time position and was offered both of them. And so I took the and headed down that route. Steve Denuser ended up taking the community management position on EQ2. So, yeah.
Yeah, and Steve's another one. It seems like he went similar places to you afterwards. I was talking to him a little bit about coming on as well. But yeah,
Yep.
I remember. So I think that's maybe why I remember you first is because yeah, we interviewed you. You came on the team, and then over time, I got to know John a little bit more as he was working on EQ2, and then we hired in KO a little bit. Seemed later. You were already on the team and well established by then, right?
I think so. My science has never been great, but
Right on. Um, so going all the way back, what got you into VR1 in the first place?
so you have to go way back for that. Always been into games, video games, role playing games. I remember my parents were in the military, and we were stationed in Okinawa, Japan for a while, and also Hawaii. And I can't remember which one it was, but one of the two. But we were in temp housing for a little bit, and I must have been like 5 or 6 at the time, this little kid, and bored in a hotel room. And my dad went downstairs to find something for us to do, and he came back up with the old original Redbox D&D basic game, and not exactly the best thing for the family to play, but I fell in love with it, and that was like kicking off my gaming career right there, and kept playing that. And then I discovered computers and started making my own games as a kid, and I used to program them just for fun for my friends. Never occurred to me that you could make a career out of that. And so my dad was in the Air Force, and I was really huge into planes and space and all that kind of stuff. So when it came time to go to college, I ended up going to the University of Colorado in Boulder for aerospace engineering. It was one of the top schools for aerospace in the country there. And met up with a whole bunch of friends, and everybody there is doing like CS. I'm like, shit, I should be doing that. This is amazing. I got together with a friend and we created a mud based on Shadowrun over the course of a summer and just all sorts of this fun stuff. Then I hit the point where I basically run out of money, couldn't do college anymore, jobs in the area. I was always technically capable, and so I ended up getting into a QA position at Hewlett Packard. They had a Unix breadboarding like prototype version, and so I was doing QA for that for actually hardware for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and through a temp agency became thing, and I hopped around a few jobs like that, and then just while poking around looking at stuff, I saw that a game company in the area had opened up. That was where VR1 was, and they were looking for QA. I'm like, well, I love games. I'm good at QA, and so I segued from there into VR1, and that's how I got into making games. And over there, I went from obviously from QA to QA management, and then into I ended up inheriting like the customer support and community management stuff. This is back when the AOL Games channel was a thing. I ended up building up the AOL Games channel for the company. Flew out to Germany one time, one of our games for Deutsche Telekom, things like
All
that.
right.
But yeah, that was how I made the segue from civilian to game development.
Right on. And then the, I guess the transition over to SOE.
Yeah.
So it's still like, how did that like happen? If you don't mind going through that again.
Yeah. So, like I said, I'd been at VR1 for I feel like I'm at every company for about 5 years, so it's probably about 5 years, working on a whole bunch of different titles. We did all sorts of stuff, everything from text muds to a flight sim to underwater submarine game to post-apocalyptic tank games to an asteroids multiplayer clone. There's just tons of these different games. But the one that we were working on toward the end was that Lost Continents game I was talking about,
Yeah.
which was an MMO. And at the time, I was playing EverQuest, and so a lot of us were, using that as inspiration. Um, it had just come out, and we were kind of going from there. Uh, and the company itself it was a really weird company. Like I said, it was founded to create the technology behind these games, which sounds really stupid now, but back in the day, it was effectively using TCP. What was it? Using UDP instead of TCP to save packets. It was sort of what it came down to. So it was the technology behind it. As far as I know, they never sold the technology to anybody, but the games did okay. But that wasn't enough to keep the company going. So at some point, the founder ended up spinning off the games division and selling it, and it got rebranded as Jalico Entertainment United States because that name existed. And somebody else came in to run the whole place, and he was a tool. It was just a complete tool, and didn't believe that MMOs could make money. This is at this point, EverQuest was already out and just raking in bank, and we kept pointing at it and be like, "Yeah, it can make money. It's fine." But he had the Jalco Entertainment had sort of bought the company on the strength of this Lost Continents game. He couldn't just shut it down, so instead he started just kind of stripping away the people and just undermining it slowly. And that was when Blakely ended up leaving. I don't know if he left in frustration or if he just left for other causes. Um, I went to SOE. It was probably about a year or so after that. Things were just they were in the toilet. The company wasn't doing well. They started doing layoffs, and it was really writing was on the wall that it wasn't going to last much longer. And that was when people started pulling other people that they liked, and that was when Blakely reached out to me, and he was like, "Hey, you should come out here." And it was actually the timing on it was fantastic. I had come out there and I'd interviewed, and I'd verbally accepted the offer, and I came back and I had my HR meeting where they told me I was being let go. And this is the time I was still really young. This is before I was doing well enough to get relocation, and so I was trying to figure out pay to get out there. And they cut me a severance check, which is enough for me to haul my shit out to San Diego and make it. So it was the one time in my life it was fantastic to get fired. So
Yeah, it's honestly the same thing. I had never been laid off until
yeah,
2011. Got laid off from Sony and didn't understand severance or any of that stuff until like they convinced me to finally come in and sign the paper and take the check. And I saw the check and was just like, oh, yeah, I probably should have done this like a week ago. It would have been better beer money.
yes,
Um, so yeah, and the thing was, I had interviewed and gotten a job 2 weeks before that. So sort of same thing. It was just like, yeah, perfect timing. Um,
yes.
so All right, so then you came out and you met the wonderful EverQuest team.
Yep. I think it was a cool. I mean, again, at this point, I was a hardcore raider. I absolutely loved the game, and so I was coming out and meeting all the people that had made it. This would have been around the time. I think you guys were partway through development of Lost Dungeons and Norath when I came out there. Because I remember coming in and everybody was kind of heads down trying to ship that, and I ended up helping out on the live team. Because at that point, the team was kind of divided up into the expansion team and the live team, and working on live stuff. And so I came in and helped out there and learned how to do stuff. And yeah, it was a good opportunity to go from there. And then let me see, my memory's a little foggy on all this stuff, but Gates of Discord was the first expansion after that that I actually did anything with. At that point, I was still mostly on the live team, but I came in to help clean up a bunch of stuff. I
Mm.
did the Zebu zone, which was like the penultimate zone right before sort of the final one. And that was really funny because I'd come in and again I was just learning how to do design at this point. I'd done other development and I knew how multiplayer games work from the technology side, the QA side, obviously as a player side, but I was still learning how to do design. And I remember I got assigned that zone to do, and so I sat down with some graph paper and drew up a map just like I would like for a D&D campaign, and handed it off to the artist. And there wasn't a lot of back and forth between art and design. It was just sort of art made the zone and design populated it. And I was like, I got this idea. I want to have these rooms over here, and I handed it off. And my expectation is that the artist was going to take it and he was going to artify it and make the rendition of it. And I got back almost a literal copy of my graph paper with the hard angles everywhere, and it was really funny. So that's why that zone, everything's like 90-degree angles, and it's not aesthetically pleasing.
Right. Yeah, it's so it's interesting because I think it was also artist dependent.
Yeah,
Depending on who you worked with, they may take it and then sort of go with it and have a really strong sort of imprint on it, or they may sort of monkey's paw you, or I forget the term came up when we went over to the Austin studio, the Magic Genie, because we had a programmer that was like, um, and I don't want to say passive aggressive, but like basically, if you asked for something, you literally got that, and it was like one of those
yeah,
scenarios where it's like, I want to be the strongest man in the world. Okay, cool. I'll just kill everybody else. There you go. Right? Like, and it's like you didn't want to collaborate on the design of that one? You didn't want to? No, just kill everybody. Okay, cool. Um,
yeah.
so
That's
yeah,
what
that
it felt
happened a
like.
bit.
It felt like, oh, you want a zone like this? A zone exactly like that. Like, oh shit. And of course, then
The
the time frames on these things were so tight, there was no chance to iterate. You got the zone
uh,
and you ran with it, so you did what you could with it.
the textures are literal graph paper.
Yeah, it seemed that way. Yeah,
Cool. So then Gates, I wasn't there for. That was
yeah,
when I did my few weeks on like EQ2 and then and bounced over to Planetside building. Um,
yeah. It was
then
funny. I like
go
came
ahead.
in, and then the entire leadership team changed over pretty quickly. Like it was, I think Rich was the design lead at the time, and you and Jake were like sub leads, if I remember right. And I think within the year, you guys were all gone, and we
Yeah.
ended up having like, just a void of leadership. And there was this really weird period where I don't even remember how it happened, but I ended up like being tapped to help out with that stuff along with Barker and Troy, and it was just ended up being really strange.
Yeah, they pulled so Scott was tech director, Rich was design director. I
Yeah.
think there was a new art director at the time. That was he had just taken over. That was Stone Paralis, was
Oh yeah.
the art director on Gates. Um, and you see the stylistic shift as well. And I was expansion lead. Jake was live lead, and then I don't know. Jake was still there, or had he already gone to like EQOA? I think.
I started, but you guys both departed pretty quickly thereafter. And then Fister was the producer for a
Yeah,
while. I think was it Craig that took over afterwards? Was it Clint? I can't remember this time frame on them.
I think
I
it
think it
was
was,
Craig.
yeah.
which is cool. I just caught up with him. He's actually at Twitch now, and
Awesome.
yeah, he's like the global head of business development, I think, at Twitch.
Yeah.
So it's
Did
kind
you
of
know?
cool.
Did you, sorry.
No.
Did you know Chris Lena? He was one of the producers for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up catching back up with him at Blizzard. He came in and he was the producer on my incubation there. So it was really funny bumping into him again after, God, it must have been like 15 years or something like that.
It feels like there's like a dozen of the old Sony people at Blizzard now.
Oh, totally. Well, I mean, Blizzard's a huge company for one, but always it's also a very prestigious one. Everybody wants to go there.
Yeah. And not that far of a drive. Uh,
No, well, yeah,
so yeah, so we got yanked off the team pretty quickly. Like we went to um, looking at chat.
yeah.
So Rich, Rich Scott and I got yanked over the course of a weekend, and then I came back the day of the um, what was the guild thing where we flew all the guild leaders and stuff in and had like there's a dunking booth in the parking lot.
Oh
Do you
my
remember?
God, I don't remember the dunking booth. I remember lots of, God, yeah, like just you're like making synapses fire in my brain right now.
Yeah,
I can
it happens
remember,
all the time here.
yeah, yeah. I remember I don't think I was actually supposed to be part of it to begin with, and I got pulled in halfway through just to chat with the guild leaders and such. So again, at this point, I was still pretty new to the team.
Yeah. But there was actually a dunking booth. I swear I'm not making up because I swear there was like a dunking booth and like Smed was, and we'll have to ask him. I don't know, but could have sworn Smed was like in a dunking booth and like angry guild leaders were like throwing balls at the dunking
Funny.
booth and stuff. Totally not a made up story. And then we had like we had set up tents and stuff for these EQ guild leaders and other folks to come in and like check things out. And like they play they're hardcore people. Like I don't know why we're
Yeah.
doing a fair. Um, and then I think I could have sworn Russ or John had asked me what I thought about potentially coming back on the team for the next expansion, like briefly, and invited me to sit in on one of the guild leader forums with some of the team members. And I remember Smed looking up at one point and going, "By the way, Sean's coming back to the team," and members of the team going, and me kind of going, I guess that's true now. So yeah, I thought we had worked on more expansions together, but I only worked on Omens. And then from that, I actually don't know what
Yeah.
happened. So please fill us in on everything from the dunking booth forward.
I wish I could remember too. Like I said, there was an odd period there where it must have been during Omens. If you came back in, you probably stepped back into sort of a leadership role. So it must have been during Omens where we had that vacancy. And I think Craig was now the producer at this point, so Fister probably had left. And there was let's see, we didn't really have anybody on the team that was just going to step straight into the lead position. And so we had that weird that three-headed monster for a while. It was myself, Barker, and Troy, and just trying to figure out stuff and go from there. And at some point, yeah, at some point I ended up being the lead. I don't know who made that decision or whatnot, but I ended up going from there for like the next. I'd have to count, but it was like what 6 or 7 expansions, something like that. From secrets, I pulled up a list because I can't remember this stuff. So
It's
um,
helpful.
yeah, we did. Let's see here. Secrets of Fade were The Buried Sea, Spine, Prophecy of Road, Depths of Dark Hollow, and Dragons of Norath. So those are the ones I worked on after Omens.
So we are going to go through every one of those in great detail individually.
Yeah,
So you may want to Google them. I
yeah,
know
I
I
might
did
have
too.
to. Yeah. The funny part is, you know this, like once you're in a lead position, you don't get to be hands-on with much stuff anymore, and so it's like I don't know how much stuff I actually did in any one of those. It was just a lot of directing and putting out fires. So they're all just kind of this blur. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, did you watch the VOD where the three-headed monster was discussed, or is that just a common term that the team had for that leadership
I
approach?
watched some of them, so it might have come up, but that's the way I think of it in my mind because it's like never do that. That's a horrible idea.
Yeah, and unless you're handing out like knives and expecting one person to be the only one at the end.
Yeah.
Uh, so let's see. I'm gonna keep an eye on chat for questions. But in the meantime, let's keep going through. Let's see. Oh God! Oh, that was the God trip when Smed had everyone come in and say what cuked them with God and took everyone to a ball game too. Oh, did you guys go to a ball game as well? Right on. Um, I immediately left that wonderful day of sun and drinking, and I think went straight into figuring out how the hell to get the expansion to release in however many months we had. Um,
Seems like a
let's
good idea.
see. So, do you really not remember anything specific to those expansions, or was there some stuff you can talk about? I just saw a question about Dr. Donnie asked, "Where's the ship-to-ship combat that was promised for the Burning Sea?"
Oh man. God. So there's this dynamic when you're making games about marketing wanting things and what you can actually deliver, and they're not the same thing. Yes. I think that's where that came from. Yes. So that was looking back at like instancing and like, yeah, we could probably make vote zones and have them go up against each other, and it just doesn't work out sometimes.
Oh man, yeah. It's
Yeah,
thank
I
you,
remember the
Bunny.
serpent spine. Yeah, the serpent spine was an interesting one because that was like they mentioned, we were trying to create a whole new, as he said, a leveling path from one to level the content that did that was kind of scattered all over the place, and it was all pretty archaic. And redoing all of it wasn't going to happen on our time frames because we're always doing expansions. So the best way we could think of to make a whole new path for new players to come in and have a great path was to do it as part of the expansion. And so we created the Serpent Spine, we added the new race and the whole leveling path, and that was a ton of work to do in a single point behind it. It was to sort of create a reset point where players could come in and have something with the new graphics that they could then level through and the new experiences and everything built with all the new systems.
Right on. And so far, audio wise, things are really good. There's the occasional hitch, so at some point I may flag just like for you to repeat something in chat. If you miss something, then please do the same. We'll keep an eye on it.
Sure.
Um, all right, and so I don't. I would have to look at the list as well. So are we going through an order? I know you're responding to Keebs' question.
I don't even
Um,
know what the order is. Let me see here.
look at the order. I'll look at the order as well. I need to bring
Yeah,
this up.
I'm pulling up Google now.
EverQuest expansions. I'm surprised chat hasn't just rattled them all off already from memory.
Yeah, probably. And it's funny because you're doing two expansions a year, and the time frames are so tight that you're literally working on one expansion while the last one is shipping. You're working on the next one, and so they
Yeah.
really do just all kind of blend together. Um,
Yeah, and that was still all of those, and maybe chat knows, have have they all continued to be in a box up until just the more recent years, or were some of those digital download?
they ended up going digital download there, and I remember that was a huge controversy. And part of it too is the team wanted the because everybody wants a box to show what they shipped, and so they ended up creating boxes even for the digital ones. Like I've got a box sitting over here for Dragons of Norath is one of the digital ones that we created just for the team.
Hold on 1 second, and I'm going to at some point find expansions in here. I thought it was under character.
I figured
I
it'd be
mean,
great because
sorry, not expansions, but achievements. Sergeant Bowman, that's a great idea. Now I just need to find it in the UI.
so the order was Gates of Discord, then Omens of War, Dragons of Norath, Depths of Dark Hollow, Prophecy of Ro, Serpent Spine, Buried Sea, Secrets of Fadewar. Um, And I left at the end of Secrets of Fadewar. So Seeds of Destruction would have been the one after that, which the seeds of that were just being planted when I left. So
Keeps keep asking more stuff. That's great. So Keeps asked, I already said I'll keep asking more stuff. Stellaris is my favorite raid zone of all time. But who made Event 3? Who was it? Shake's Fist.
I don't remember. Yes.
Solteris.
Yeah. Every time I think of raids and best raid zones ever, it was probably Carricker. Um, that man was a raiding master. So,
Yeah, it's I was kind of on my way out as scripting was sort of on its way up. I mean,
yeah.
I know we kind of introduced it during planes, and then more and more the team was doing a lot of interesting stuff as I was continuing to be more and more of kind of a quasi design lead producer, um, which it sounds like you experienced yourself.
Oh,
So then it sounded like just the scripting and the level of complexity, interesting things that the team could do just kept going kind of like exponentially upwards.
yeah, the scripting system was really powerful. One of my favorite things I did while I was there, just personally creating, was the Fabled content, where we came through and I don't remember which anniversary it was. I think it was the fifth anniversary, something like that. We went through and we took all of the sort of the old rare NPCs everybody knew and loved, and we created new versions of treasure that was appropriate to the new level cap. And we dynamically leveled them all up and ran them during a particular event. So you could go and you could camp in Guck again, and the rare NPCs you remember from back in the day were now appropriate to like the level of 50 to 60 range,
Mm.
and get the gear from. It was all done by a single script that just ran on all the zones, and it was a massive script, but it would go through and it would say if this NPC spawns, there was a chance for it to then spawn as its new fabled version, and it would pull from a different NPC file, and it would seed it with loot and all that stuff, and that became really popular. I know they ended up continuing to do that even after I left.
Yeah, so a couple people were asking hardcore heritage zones, but
That was after my time,
after.
but I think the fabled sort of led to that.
It sounds badass. And it
Yeah,
sounds like a better way than how we had to do Eldon.
yeah,
Because Eldon, I was trying to explain to folks, was like really, truly like brute force, if I remember correctly. It was like 180 or 200,000 records of just sort of like in Excel drawing everything out so that for every
yeah.
5 level ranges that it was actually increasing mathematically. But then even within it we had pools of like rare names or boss names or something else that we were doing. It's like it was just so much actual manual labor.
Yeah. But the technology that had to be created to be able to do that is what enabled things like the Fable to be created too. It's a really cool part about scripting is once you've got the functions in place, you can just kind of go nuts. Um, but yeah, it allowed some really cool stuff too. Like there's a couple events I remember creating that were a lot of fun. There's two of them in Zevu, in Gates of Discord. I'm trying to remember the names of them, but there was one fairly early on in the zone where as you're walking in, you come across this like big training ground, and inside it are all these NPCs that are just fighting each other. And the first person that enters the zone triggers the event to trigger, and all the NPCs in the zone stop and they stare at the person that entered the room. And like a big dude calls out, like, "Hey, what are you doing here?" or something along those lines, and basically calls them out. And they demands one-on-one combat. They basically want to show how they're stronger than any particular person here, and they dare you to do one-on-one combat with even this person in the, and this little runt comes walking out and you have to fight him, and as long as the raid does that and they just fight one-on-one against the runt, if they win the event it's fine, they can go on their way. But if anybody cheats, the entire room aggroes and just destroys. And so that was all fun scripting stuff.
So that sounds badass. I can't wait to play it. I
Yeah,
I,
it'll be
I
a
haven't
while.
played there.
And then there was another one there where I wanted to do possession, like another event where there's these ghosts that spawn. And I always liked playing with sort of the dynamics of things. The event I was just talking about, the reason I did that is I always felt like it's very easy to get lost in a raid of 54 people at the time. You're just sort of a single guy there. and your contribution is 1/54th of the entire raid. And so I wanted a way that somebody could just stand out. There you go, the gladiator pit. Yeah, I wanted a way that somebody could stand out and just sort of be a champion for a little bit, and be that star for a while. And then when I did, I was looking at the dynamics of. I remember there were people in my guild playing that I absolutely hated, and occasionally you get them charmed, and you take that opportunity to burn them down. You mana burn them, kill them, whatever, just because it's fun. And so I wanted to build that into a raid event, and I created this event where there's these ghosts that spawn, and the only way to hurt them is possess players. And so basically, they'll go up there and they touch a player. They touch a player, the ghost despawns, and the player gets charmed by an event controller that was going on. And the player, that damage done to the player then transfers back over to the ghost, who then respawns and continues away. And so the dynamic around the raid was around letting them possess the players in your guild that you could most be able to lose from the raid, and back in and that kind of thing. So the scripting system is really powerful and allowed us to do really cool things like that.
I'm curious. During that period, was there still like content implementation? Was it still using a lot of sort of the base content tools, and I say tools in air quotes, along with scripting to basically put into more advanced behavior?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
definitely. We were still doing everything in Excel spreadsheets, them into the database for all the data entry. We still had to deal with all the oozins in there. You'd still have problems coming in because you accidentally flying kick of two or whatever. And then the scripting system laid on top of that. Things got really ugly at some point in there too. This is before my time, but I had to fix some of the stuff where they went from the original invisible shout quest system that caused things to happen to scripting, and there were some events that were half scripting, half invisible shouts. And so you'd have these really weird things where you'd have a script that would cause an NPC to invisibly shout to the zone that some other NPC would then listen to, that would then run another script, and trying to debug that stuff was a nightmare.
Yeah, I think during that period it was an interesting transition because it's like, yeah, don't if you're gonna do stuff in a hacky ass way that we used to do it, commit, because at
Yeah,
least you can follow the data through the tables. But if you once scripting got in there, there's some stuff that like Miller put in and some other things where it's like this I don't I don't know how we're ever going to like be able to track this and debug it. So not that I want
yeah.
to call anybody out, but it's true. Ethan said,
I
"Did
mean, and
you do the bubble in Quimini?
Konami,
Quinemy? Yeah.
had such weird zone names or gates of Discord. No, I think that was Salim. I think he did that zone before he left to go to Sigil.
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Yeah. Um, let's
The
see.
scripting system was like, you could break the game with that. At one point, one of the designers ended up scripting pathing for a zone because the pathing wasn't doing what he wanted it to, and it brought that entire box to its knees. So that entire server was just the processing on it was thrashed, and we had to redo all of that stuff.
Um, that for some reason it sounds familiar. Was that still when I was still around, maybe, or was that after?
I don't know. I don't know the
Yeah.
timeline. Yeah,
Yeah, because there was that period because people were really afraid to give us scripting, like for those reasons. Early on, it
yeah.
was like um, you could probably do some damage. But that said, we already had like 400 invisible men under the zone loading the server processes. So
Do you remember the plusified tech? I remember that whole thing too. Like
we actually
that. Have you talked about that in your streams before? It's hilarious.
we had somebody who was on the team dug it up the first night I was waiting to try to get into Eridu. So we were stuck here in chat, couldn't get into Eridu. And I was like, I referenced that Steve Burke once put invisible shout that was plusified that was Sean Lord is a moody biatch. And they searched the database and found it instantly. I was like, yeah, it's still in the DB. And I was like, yep, plusified text everywhere.
It's so funny. Did they explain why that existed? My understanding of it.
Yeah. I've tried. I mean, it's one of the few interesting things I did. I guess back in the day, like was script with that. So naturally, I blabbed and blabbed and blabbed about it.
Cool.
But
Okay.
yeah,
one of those things like in nowadays we're talking about, people are using Unreal and Unity and that kind of stuff, and so it's fun to have the nostalgia of what we used to do back in the day, and that's one of the stories I bring up all the time.
Yeah,
Original EQ scripting system that used just invisible shots and how players would exploit it and the workarounds to avoid that from happening.
yeah. No, it's just for those of you that maybe hadn't seen it. The very short version is we could use chat, just like the chat that you're seeing here. Just like you would say hail and what carrot. We could put in carrot with some pluses in it in different spots, and it would never be seen in chat. But the NPC would still hear carrot, and so we used all of the abilities that NPCs had, in terms of like events, like triggered events that we could trigger on the NPC, like depop or spawn a thing or move to a different spot, etc. We just triggered that with invisible text that we would shout to the zone, and we found some very hacky ways to make actions occur based on that. I think quest events, and death events, and so
Yeah,
with those things, we could do all sorts of weird stuff. Um, so
tracking down a quest one time that was a God, what was it? It was like a bottle that shouted to a clock that was heard by a shoe, and they're invisible and they were hidden out in different parts of the zone, and just trying to figure out what link broke to fix this stuff was just a nightmare.
I kind of, once I got in the groove, I kind of thought it was, if you have it all documented well, it wasn't hard to like figure out where stuff was kind of breaking down or whatever. But some of the weirder things were like if you had an invisible man that's your timer based on the fact it takes him 10 seconds to move back and forth between points under
God,
the ground and shout one,
yeah,
two, that kind of thing. Server lag and other shit could make that 10 seconds be 15 seconds or, yeah, so it was kind of hacky.
that was the ring war. Yes, yeah.
Zizania, thank you for the follow. There is a question in chat. Wacky Marv asks, could players exploit it by knowing the hidden text phrases and saying it to NPCs?
Oh yeah.
Um, the if they could, it got fixed. I thought pretty quickly because for some reason I thought you would have to know. I don't know that if you typed plusified text in chat that it would go through in the same way, but I might be wrong. But I
I think they did fix it at some point. Early on, though, I know before Plusified text existed, it was just NPCs shouting to each other, and if you knew what the phrase was and you said it, the NPCs would listen to you just like any other one because it wasn't on a special channel or anything. Understanding is
yeah
the
no,
pluses were added to make it harder for that to happen accidentally.
yeah it was just being shouted. Let's see. But and then chat lag would actually impact it as well.
Right. Yeah, it's the best.
Another question is, do you remember when, as Garrig, I was lobbying you, Rich, and others on test to make a list of changes to get people to play there again? The X2 experience, test copy, keying changes, etc. I regret to this day asking for and getting test copy. Killed the server.
Yeah, I remember. Not that specifically, but there was always a lot of things we wanted to do with test. Test was a really weird environment because it wasn't a test environment. I mean, it was and it wasn't, but it was a real server, and so you couldn't do a lot of things there that you want to be able to do on a test server. Like you couldn't screw it up and wipe it because that would piss off everybody that was there. And being able to copy from test to live servers or vice versa, just all sorts of oddities that went with that. But yeah, test was always an interesting one. The upside is that the people that played on test were super hardcore. We interacted with them a lot. There were a lot of really good people there.
Yeah, that community is super cool. And and it really was a community, and I thought the relationship between the community and the developers was one of the more special ones that I've seen over the years.
Yeah, it was great.
Um, One of the questions I was going to ask you about the scripting system and the DB. Now I remember. Now that you've, I mean, put in like another 20 years in the industry, what are your thoughts about that tool set relative to other stuff you've used?
It's so funny. Um, I actually really enjoy getting hands-on with script. I'm not a programmer, but I know enough code that I could at least read code, and I can get in there and I can mess around with things. And so some of the more modern engines like Unreal and Unity and that move to visual scripting systems, which make it easier for me to pick up and use. But I find them harder to do complicated things. Like it's really easy for a visual scripting system to end up with this like giant spaghetti mess of things that's going on and to keep track of. And some days I wish I could just get back in there and have access to this script again because I remember
Right.
the things we could do with that. Uh, and like I said, you could do a lot of things that are effectively breaking the game. Whereas with the visual scripting, somebody has to go in there and create all of these things ahead of time. So I prefer having the actual script. That's
And
just me.
I noticed that there's a problem that you're describing, but then there's also the problem of scale. And I noticed this when the guys in Seattle were working on the agency. And I looked at like their encounter design and sort of the visual scripting for it in Kismet at the time. And to me, I was like, well, how are you going to build the scale of content that you need? And then is it all going to be buried in individual Kismet like blueprints or whatever? Like, how do you go do mass changes? All of that stuff. And it seems like EQ1 has, it was so bare bones, but it addressed the question of scale better than any tool set that I've seen since.
Yeah, I mean, it was super efficient. Like we make fun of the tools that we had, but you could populate a zone so quickly in there. I remember you'd go through and it was a hack job. You'd run around, you'd have the zone itself, the art, you'd run around as a character, you'd set up a macro that would basically set out to your log of the location of where you're standing. And you go stand everywhere you want to put an NPC, you type slash loc or hit the macro or whatever. And then at the end of the whole thing, you go in and you just import it all into Excel and dump it in the database, and voila, your zone is populated. Go through and clean it up a little bit. Um, Nowadays, you got to populate, you got to go in, you got to place each point and move it around a little bit, and you have much more fine control, but it definitely takes longer.
I was just explaining this to chat visually, like either I don't know, sometime this week maybe, where I was just
Yeah,
running around and going, I would just hit it, like look, maybe type in a note, like, mm, put something cool here, look, boss here. Yeah, it was like I could populate a zone in 20 minutes.
yeah, you can do it really fast. Now, going in and tweaking things is much harder. Like if you get in there and you want to finesse this NPC so he's not there, and you want to move him over here, you have to go in and basically replace him entirely. Whereas in one of the tool sets you can get in there, you can just kind of grab him and move him and to see where things are. You got the visual feedback of what's going on immediately for you instead of having to go reload everything.
Yeah.
Oh God, when I first got there, there was a what is it? After you had the zone, you had to go build the zones. There was one zone builder box that sat in Salim's cube, if I remember right. So after you go and do all this stuff, you have to wander over and bug poor Salim and build the zone. That got fixed pretty quickly, so you could at least build the zone yourself, though. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's fun.
Yep, and it's weird because I've seen similar issues ever since on other MMOs. I've actually seen MMOs with zero design tools as well. But yeah, so I sometimes I've missed, and maybe it's rose-colored glasses, but I've really missed the EQ tool set.
Yeah, like I said, there are upsides to it, obviously downsides too. The complete lack of any sort of source control causes no end of headache. You know,
Yeah, that's scary.
yeah.
And Droino, does that answer your question? Because a while back you said, what kinds of stuff do you do as a designer? I feel like we're slowly kind of going through some of that.
The designer one's interesting. Like as a designer, the way I look at it is, uh, it varies by company, but pretty much everything that goes into a game starts and ends with design. Design usually like comes up with the idea, that draw sort of the plan to get it created, then works with engineering and art to actually create the pieces needed to do it. So engineering creating all the functionality, art creating the visuals, works with audio, works with all the different pieces, and then usually designs the one that puts it all back together again.
Yeah.
Some cases, you're working with like a quest system. The designers, they're deciding how the quest system is going to work, what are all the pieces, and then designers are the ones that actually use the quest system in the end too to create all the quests in the game, that kind of thing. So it kind of goes, like you see the whole pipeline as a designer.
Yeah.
And
Um,
to was it Andruno's question? I don't know that programming knowledge is needed, but it's super helpful. I know a lot of designers that they don't program. You don't need it, but I think understanding how code works makes you a better designer. And being able to get in there and tweak things yourself, a programmer is always super useful. Not that they like you in their code, but that's its own thing.
Yeah. I would say one of the things that I found very useful as a designer was the ability to build relationships with people of other disciplines.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. It's almost like speaking different languages too. Like if you're talking to an engineer, you need to speak differently than if you're talking to an artist. They have different needs, different understandings of things, and so yeah, it can be difficult. You've got to bridge the gap when an engineer is trying to do something that an artist has desired. You're kind of sitting there in the middle, trying to translate between the two.
yeah. And really just getting an understanding of both the capabilities and limitations of the discipline, but also of
Yeah,
the individuals that you're working with. Um, that way you
yeah,
don't get in those weird like I want it to be like this, and the other person's just you start butting heads because you're asking for something that they honestly can't do for whatever reason.
yeah. It's one of the fun parts too, is especially on the code side of things. Anything is possible, and engineers will tell you that. Like, no, we can do anything. It's just a matter of cost and time. And so it's this big gray area on figuring out whether doing something is worth it. And so you end up doing a lot of back and forth on, hey, we want to do this. I'm like, cool, we can do that. It's going to take 17 years. I'm like, well, shit. What can we do
Yeah.
that's like that? A lot of negotiation to try to get what you want. But the upside is there's usually hundreds of different ways to get the same thing done. And so it's just figuring out what your end goal is and how you're going to get to it.
Exactly. And as a designer, I really do think the burden is on you to think of multiple ways to potentially achieve that so that you're not sitting there just like, no, I can't do this until I get a new function. That's typically bullshit.
Yep. Yeah, totally.
Um,
There's also part of the part of the whole thing is making sure that the people you're working with know to act when they think things aren't going to work out. Especially when you're in a lead position, be careful because you can ask for things and people will go off and do them, and they'll spend way too long on something, and you don't know that until they're deep, deep, deep into it. And so you have to tell them up front and make sure the relationship is such that you ask for something and they're like, yeah, we can do that, but it's going to be really expensive, and it's probably better if we didn't do it or do it in a different way. And
right.
once you get to that point, you're in a good spot.
There's a little bit of that. Okay, so let's take a moment and let's go back through this. What did you hear me say?
Yes. Yeah. One thing I started doing several years ago, probably more at this point, is I call it goal-driven design. So all of my designs and the designs for my team always start with defining the goals, which sounds stupid simple, but it doesn't happen very often unless you force it. A lot of people just hop in there and start working out the design. Like, hey, we need a quest system. Okay, cool. I'm going to go design up a quest system. Like, well, take a step back and figure out what are your goals of this quest system? What are you trying to get out of it? And that gets you the North Star. And because you can always get to those goals in a lot of different ways. And by having those goals defined and everybody being on board and understanding that, I found that that cuts off a lot of the problems.
Absolutely. Yeah. And more and more, I think design in general, even outside of games, is really starting from that. Like, what outcomes are you seeking sort of approach, and it is
Yeah.
making its way into games. I feel like, not to pat ourselves too much on the back, but I do feel like the fact that we're so close to the game as players, we spend so much time still embedded in the community, asking, talking to the community, etc. I do feel like a lot of our our decisions were at least attempting to address certain needs at the time. And then we had a tendency to be fairly collaborative, but it was very much a divergence process when we worked. Um, so I do give the team a lot of credit for that back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
so there are a couple
Interesting.
questions. Ethan asked, how efficient did you become at packing after moving every 4 to 5 years?
Dude, I hate moving. I hate moving with a passion. I grew up in the military, so we moved every 3 years. And as a kid, it's super traumatic because every time you move, you lose all your friends. You have to start life all over again. And so I hate moving. And at this point, I just hire people to take care of it. So I go through and clean up the house and toss out all my shit. But I got packers coming to pack everything, movers coming to move it. On the far side, I think my fiance is going to take care of unpacking everything, so I don't have to deal with it while I just work. So
That's awesome. I just I grew up in an army family as well. I the story you told about the red box while you're waiting to move. It's funny. I swear we had that conversation before because I had a very similar D&D experience when I was waiting to move as an army brat one time. Um, but yeah, what I found is I'm kind of a strange bird, so I would only maybe ever have like one friend anyway. So moving every 3 years was kind of nice. Um, and then what I did was I just got rid of all my crap the last few years, so it's easier to move.
yeah.
I'm looking at those shelves behind you. You have stuff.
Oh man, there's far more stuff. I got into board games over the last like 5 or 6 years, and I've just got rooms full of board games now. So,
Oh, let's see. The Dr. Donnie asked, so who knew how to do the account to account transfers? They need to rehire that person. I don't know if that's anything we can
remember,
answer. Um,
I remember it was a hassle. That was about it. And there was a very strict limit on who could do that because they didn't want it being abused. So you had to kind of request it, and there was a very limited number of people that could do it.
Zemus TM, unrelated to anything. EQ shadows are so bad. At a distance, my fiance was convinced that the air elemental was a creepy face with the three shadow polys making a derpy face. Um, you know what, guys? I'm gonna continue to use these shadows because I find them inspiring. For my, I'm visualizing every time I play. It's sort of a quasi Wind Wakery, old school painted, hand painted EQ. It's just imagination space. But
You think of it as cloud shapes. You can see what the shadows look like on them and imagine what it looks like.
mm, I see perfection, guys. I'm going to disagree with you. Um, Sergeant Bowman, um, I understand that it makes zone creation easier, but do you think from a design aspect that reusing older zones or releasing new content with the same type of zones, there are currently three kill zones that all of us use the same map, hurts the game?
Yeah, it's just that's the reality of things. Like in a perfect world, you would have access to new art, new monsters, new features, new everything every time you wanted it. But especially when you're trying to put out 2 expansions a year, there's only so much time you can do, and you're trying to put out enough content to keep people happy, and so you end up reusing a lot of stuff. Um, and you see it across games all the time. It's sometimes not as obvious, but like animation rigs are super expensive, and both to process and to create across games, and you keep a critical eye out. A lot of NPCs, even that look very different, using the same animations and that kind of thing, get better. So, perfect world, yeah, it would be better if all that stuff was unique. Uh,
I'm a bit of a weirdo in the I keep trying to think of ways, and this started with DC Universe, trying to think of ways to make the zones both remain relevant for people that are first coming into the game, but also be a thing where, and I know games have done a little bit of this over the years, but really be that thing where you have a reason to come back, be
yeah,
around as a higher level player, and then sometimes have those worlds collide where it's like, I just logged in, I'm playing this MMO for the first time because I heard it's a thing. It's been out for a year or two. And as soon as I came out to Nariak, holy shit, these guys came to dispatch like this dragon that flew in, right?
yeah,
Like, we had a cool system designed for that for DCO because one of the things that we were contending with was if you've got Gotham and you've got Metropolis and they're so iconic, do you want them to lose their value over time? Or is there a way to always make them stay relevant? Um,
yeah. I mean, part of that becomes its own problem too. I thought the early zones in EverQuest were great about the kind of getting people to come back at higher levels. The zone sweepers, the sand giants, the griffins, that kind of stuff. You'd mix the sort of mid or higher level players that come back and see the lower level ones. But as the number of zones just kept exploding, um, it just spreads people out. And so we ended up with a problem where if you're doing a survey on how many people were in any zone, you'd end up with like most zones had one person in them. It just isn't great for a multiplayer game. So trying to keep them all relevant ended up being a problem just because players would end up spreading all over the place. Then you added in things to combat that with zones getting experience boosts and things like that to try to draw people to congregate in particular zones, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. Um, Bunny, you said Guild Wars 2 kind of does that well. I have to dig into that more then. Um,
It's been I played that, yeah.
yeah, more familiar with 1 than 2. And let's see. Cool. All right. So we've got EQ. I'm curious before we move on to the next stage. Was there anything crazy, memorable? Any more questions on the EQ side before we move into? Because after that, you went to 38 Studios, right?
Yeah, yeah. There were a few things that happened on the EverQuest team that I thought would be cool to call out. Some of the fun things that popped in my mind when I was thinking back over it. Like there was a time where I sat down with Terry Michaels, who was the engineering lead at the time, and I was the design lead. I was always heavy in the system side of things, and I was trying to figure out why. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was like adding. It's like some of the stat boosts that were coming off of Druid buffs just wouldn't do anything. I was trying to figure out why. And at this point, nobody really understood the combat code well enough to tell me. So I sat down with him over the course of like 2 or 3 days. And I recreated the entire combat engine in an Excel spreadsheet so I could go in there and just play with it and figure out what the hell was happening. And that allowed us to see all of these soft and hard limits that we just didn't know existed and figure out that type of stuff. So that was really cool. That's where I really learned to love Excel. I loved that. Um, we had some.
Someone,
Sorry,
sorry
go
to
ahead.
interrupt, but somebody was just asking that a question about that, whether or not it existed and like who did it, etc. So I think it's great that you bring that up as one of your recollections.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Taught us so much about what was actually happening. There's so much because the game was it was created such a long time before I was there, and before a lot of the people. I don't know that there was anybody still on the team that was there from the original days, and code tends to spaghettify over time, and the game wasn't really built to be maintainable long term anyway. It was sort of built to be launched, have an expansion, and then maybe a sequel that would do something else. And so we were kind of kludging all that stuff together. So it taught us a lot of how the game actually worked, which was fantastic. It was a good way to learn how the combat engine worked. Um, it's funny that actually leads me to a different anecdote, which it's a great example of how smart the fan community is. Where I remember there was a weapon in the game, and I'm trying to remember how this actually worked. So the numbers are probably a little bit off, but there were two weapons out there that had the same damage, and their attack speed was off by one. And the weapon that had the slower attack speed consistently did more damage than the faster attack speed. And it was this bug we had for the longest time. We couldn't figure out why. It didn't make any sense. It was like a 10 damage 23 weapon, or 10-23 weapon was doing less damage than a 10-24 weapon, which made no sense. Um, I couldn't figure it out. And eventually somebody on the forums figured it out. And they figured out what was happening was effectively the servers have their own number of ticks that happen. So basically a number of things that get processed every second. In EverQuest terms, it was 12 and a half. So the servers were ticking themselves 12 and a half times per second. And what was happening was the weapon was actually ending up to, so it would go off 1 second, and then the next second, or whatever it happened to be, it would fall on that boundary, and it would just like drop the attack, and then it would wait another second and happen again. And we couldn't figure that out for the longest time because the player pointed that out. We were actually able to go find the bug and fix it. And that thing had been in game since probably launch, so probably like 6 years at that point. Just crazy. No
There
idea how
was
they figured it out.
No, there are a few things like that where I just like the theory crafters, like the people that would go in like figure this out. Amazing. When John Troy got on the team, he did something similar because he had spotted a bug in the code as a player and got on the team and argued for quite a while to basically be shown the code. If I'm not mistaken, we'll get him on here. Maybe I've made this all up. And when he looked and they like dug in and found it, he was correct. But it was just based off the logic said that this had to have been what was going on. Sorry, I just jumped up and adjusted my headphones because what I do is you won't be able to see them. Maybe I plug my headphones in to these little earbud or vice versa earbuds into the headphones so it's more comfortable. And And I just realized they were facing in a way where hopefully my mic wasn't picking up everything you're saying because it made them make for weird echoey VOD, and we'll have to do all of this all over again
Great.
on a different day. But I think I fixed it, so we'll see later on. Um, okay, so there was that the basically
So that was one
the
of the fun
combat
things.
simulator.
There was a combat rework that I'm not sure anybody even really knew about. Actually, I guess it hit test servers. They had to have known about it. This was after World of Warcraft came out, and combat was much more active there. Whereas ours, especially when you're playing a warrior, was basically auto attack and kick, maybe bash occasionally. And so I remember we created this whole combat system that was in there that was much more active, and it failed for a really great reason that we totally didn't think about. So we got it out there on test servers, and players hated it because they couldn't chat anymore, and because everybody was like actively having to combat. You're out there, and you're basically everybody becomes a bard at that point. And EverQuest had evolved to the point where combat it was sort of in the background, so you could actually chat with groups around the whole time. And I was like, what a fantastic reason for this whole thing to die. And we ended up making a smart choice of not forcing it, and we killed it before it went live. But that's one of those interesting lessons as a designer. You have to think about how players actually use these things, and beyond just the mechanical way, like how they're using it for social or fun things.
Yeah, I think that's a
Yes,
fantastic
you
example.
remember. Yes,
Bobby Biggs like chat killed better combat.
yeah, it was really funny. We put a lot of effort in that too, but it was the right call to not launch that.
I don't
Um,
know that it's better, right? Just more active.
yeah, it was exactly that. It gave you more to do during combat. That was about it.
And so this is not to pick on EQ2 at all. Like I've actually, so when the server's been down here, I've popped in and played that a little bit as well on stream. Um, I think it's a cool game, but it's so active that I'm like, I don't want to do this. I kind of like hitting my two buttons. Sorry, Bobby. Um, maybe it's because I'm just coming back and I'm old and I'm lazy. But I do like to be able to socialize and hang out. And yeah, I think if I were to make a new MMO, it would go back to lazy combat. Um,
And I think that's part of the reason the social ties in EverQuest were so strong. There's obviously a lot more reasons to it too, but there was we allow the opportunity for players to create social ties. Whereas a lot of games are so hectic these days that you don't.
Lots of good medding time and things like that.
Especially when you had your spellbook up in your face. I remember that way back in the day.
We should bring that back. Ethan asks if you had to pick one game that you worked on, shipped or not, which do you wish was going right now and you're on it? If it's unannounced title, just say the company name.
Oh, that's easy. That's Project Copernicus. That was heartbreaking when that got shut down. Uh, it was a fantastic game, and it was really far along, and it didn't die for any reason related to the game. It was just the business was having lots of issues there. So
And yeah, that was a loaded one, Nathan. We I even saw that one coming.
yeah,
Um, we're gonna
the
get there
stories
though.
like that were ridiculous. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see some comments related to combat, like 808 saying it's kind of like the heroic opportunity system in EQ2, where certain circumstances require specific reaction. And Warrior had like 60 hotkeys. Okay. Um, I want to watch combat, not my hotbars all day long. Revamping combat is why people play old school RuneScape more than current RuneScape, Bunny said. Well, one of the reasons. And then Wacky Marv said, were either of you around when they had the mode where players could take control of NPCs in the newbie zones? I was. And if you haven't seen it, if you check out Todd's VOD, it was his pet project. The Project M, the monster thing, which was Lucklin era, I believe. So there's a link for you, Wacky Marv. Cool. So you've mentioned two now. I think you said there were three EQ ones, and then we can
I got
move
a few.
forward.
Yeah, as I'm talking about, I'm remembering some other ones too. Like, coming from community, one of the things I always did, especially when I came in the lead, I tried to get really good, strong ties with the EverQuest community, both in game, and I also always had this. chat channel set up. I can't remember what program we were using at the time, but we had a chat channel that was just always running on my computer where people would just hang out in. Guild leaders, community influencers, just people that I trusted to shoot straight, tell me when there were problems going on. And that's how we always, well, not always, that's how we found a lot of problems that we found otherwise. And I remember there was this really interesting problem at one point where we launched, it was either an expansion or a major patch. I think it was one of the expansions, and we were getting a server crash bug. And it was one of those ones that was super annoying, not reproducible, not happening too frequently, but enough that the servers are going down it was like every half hour to hour or something like that. And I remember one of the guys on the channel reached out to me and he's like, hey, I think I'm causing the crash. And we're like, no way, it's way too infrequent for that. And he's like, no, I'm pretty sure I'm causing the crash. He's like, every time I zone, the server crash goes down. And so I think it was Chris Lena at the time, grabbed the producer, grabbed the engineering lead, and I'm like, this guy's telling me he's crashing the servers. And they're like, nah, there's no way that's happening. It's way too infrequent. There's no way that a player action can be causing this to happen. And at this point, the engineers have been working on this for hours, and nobody really had a good lead on it. And so we're like, well, what the hell? Try it. So we tell the guy, go ahead and crash the server. And sure enough, server down. Like, what the hell is going on? Turned out this guy actually could crash the server, and having those ties into the community is what allowed us to find the problem. In this case, it actually turned out it was an ancient character, so much inventory equipment and so many AAs and so many things into their character file that every time we tried to zone, the server would try to save it out and it would overflow and die. And so it allowed us to find that bug that would have just been impossible to find otherwise. Again, that's a great example of how the players really loved the game and were really contributing to it with that kind of feedback. I remember we gave him like one of the super rare mounts as a thank you. Cool.
That's badass.
Yeah.
Um, do you think? Have you seen that?
Okay, there you go.
Oh wow,
Yes.
Ethan's like, oh yeah, that was me.
There you go. See, I'm terrible with names, but I have that memory. Yeah.
That's amazing. Um, George Scotto copied me back and forth from live service so many times. My file was huge. That's so crazy. We had a similar moment when Rich was on where somebody had asked in a previous guest if they knew whether or not this story about the guy who said, it was like, I used to, he came and says, like, I've been trying to solve this mystery for 20 years. A guy who ran the internet cafe near where I lived in like South Carolina or something said that this item in game was named after him, or yeah, this item in game was named after his character. And I'm curious, do you know if he was lying? And I was like, I have no idea. And when Rich was on, it came up again, and Rich was like, oh no, that was so and so. Yeah, totally. And it was just like 20-year mystery solved.
That's
Um,
awesome.
let's see. All right, so Bobby Bick is asking. So he's asking a future question, but it's a good one. What do you think about? Think of Amular. Pronounce it for me. Amular. Amular.
Yeah. Amalur.
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 Re-reckoning. Is this them trying to revive the IP, or just pumping a few more dollars out of it?
I don't know, but I think it's awesome that they're doing it because it was a cool game. Um, that there's the story behind Reckoning is a really interesting one too. It wasn't done by 38 Studios. It was done by Big Huge Games, who 38 Studios picked up after Big Huge lost their parent company and were getting close to getting shut down. And they were working on an open world RPG for console at the time. And probably getting way ahead of myself here, but the Amalur IP was always envisioned to cross a whole bunch of different things. The MMO was meant to be sort of the foundational cornerstone of the whole thing, but we always envisioned it being stories and comic books and TV shows and games. And so it was an opportunity to kind of get a jump start on that console. And so they went over and those guys created a really badass game that was Reckoning, and it launched ultimately. After 38 Studios went under, the IP ended up bouncing around a whole bunch. And I forget who's doing Re-Reckoning now, but obviously they ended up with the IP, and the fact that they're relaunching it is really cool. So.
Yeah, and Wacky Marv, look at Ethan's comment below. I think that may cover it. But yeah, the short answer is no. This is separate. And I honestly I hadn't heard anything about it until Bobby mentioned it just recently. Um, let's see. All right, so more EQ stuff, or do we jump ahead in time?
The one other thing I thought was really fun to bring up, again, this was with Chris Lena. Um, when you're interviewing with places, they always ask you like, what's the biggest mistake you ever made? Uh, my answer is always this example from EverQuest, where we had an expansion we were working on, and this goes back to the test server and how the test server was always kind of problematic because it couldn't like completely wipe at it, and we always wanted people to test things out. And so we created vendor NPCs that were in, I think, Plane of Knowledge at the time, that you could go on when you were just on test, and you could get access to all the high-end gear, so you could test out content really easily. And we forgot to disable them before the expansion went live, so they ended up on the live servers, and you could basically get all the high-end gear for super cheap. And we learned about it pretty quickly, but we thought we could manage it. And it's got great parallels to our current pandemic, where we just kind of watched the loot and everything spread across the servers. And the CS guys are trying to get ahead of it. And we didn't want to like roll back everything and shut it down. So we kept like, we'd lock this account, we'd go in, we'd clean it up, and we'd find that they had spread out to the people around them. And it kept spreading and spreading and spreading. And it was over the course of like 2 days, we kind of tracking this all down. And eventually we ended up having to shut everything down anyway, still roll back. And we lost like 3 days worth of progression time. And it was absolutely horrible. When if we just like jumped on it at the very beginning, it would have been much better.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then from that point forward, all the scripts had a check in place to say if this wasn't test server, disable this content.
Yeah. It's um, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's super unfortunate. I can definitely see some people being upset there.
Yeah, unpleasant week. Yeah.
What else you got, Travis?
Let me see here. I think that's all the major things I can think of from more stuff will come up. I watched some of your other streams like over the last week or two, just on the background while I was working, and it
Mm-hmm.
kept triggering memories. Like I remember I jotted down the ancient ring sand giant thing. I remember one of the first things I did when I got on the team was trying to figure out how the hell the ancient giant spawned in South Row. Because there's like this weird thing. And it was one of the cool parts of being on the team is you actually figure out how it worked. Um, yeah, just like that. I'm sure people know at this point, but at the time it was so there's so many rumors about how it worked. Like we stand in this place, or it only does this thing, and sure as shit, it's on one spawn type that can spawn anywhere in the zone. On a loot, it was on a spawn table with other NPCs that were named slightly weird and only spawned at night. Just little things like that. Just the behind whoever created that was amazing.
Yeah, but it was way simpler, like than people imagine, right? I mean,
Yeah, yeah. Basically, if you just slaughter the zone, it'll eventually spawn, but only at night.
yeah.
See, it wasn't that. It wasn't a 9 p.m. 10% chance to spawn. It was the spawn tables were set up so that you had a daytime spawn table and a nighttime spawn table, and the spawns were basically a bunch of different spawn points scattered across the whole zone, and NPCs could spawn anywhere they wanted to across those points where the spawn table was shared. And there was one spawn table that had the ancient Cyclops on it, and it was only in the nighttime area. And the key to it was that the things that spawned instead of it were named slightly weird, like a orc instead of orc, things like that. And so you could, if you were looking carefully, you could find them and kill them. But it was better to just slaughter the entire zone. But it would only spawn at night.
Yeah. Yeah, it's there's a lot of sleight of hand.
Yeah,
Um, lack of complexity, especially pre-scripting. I mean, it was if people understood how simple things were in terms of the table structure and stuff, then you would see that yeah, a lot of that like um, the urban legends were clearly just urban legends.
yeah.
How many quests in EQ from the early expansions do you think are still undiscovered,
Oh,
Travis?
geez, probably none. I'd be very surprised if there was any undiscovered content out there that is actually functional.
Yeah. No, I think people have found it all.
Yeah.
Wacky Marv, they did that on a recent progression server and accidentally put the pop spells in Plane of Knowledge library during pop. and all the spells spread out quickly instead of needing quested. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always a shame when that happens. But lessons
Um,
learned. I always put fail safes in place now.
Absolutely.
Yep.
All right. So if new questions pop up or if new memories are triggered, we can always come back to this era. But I'm very curious to learn more about sort of how things went as you continued to move through
Yeah,
the next stages. So how did you
yeah.
wind up getting over to 38 Studios?
It's like a lot of things in this industry. It's friends and relationships. So you know Jason Roberts from EverQuest too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he was he's one of my old friends. He and I go all the way back to college. I knew his wife before him, so they're like my oldest friends in the world at this point. And I actually hired him into VR1 way back in the day, and then he ended up coming out to SOE and joining QA. He ended up being the design lead for EQ2 while I was the design lead for EQ1. And then he ended up going out to 38 Studios, and I'd been at EverQuest for about 5 years at this point, and I was at the point where I was looking to do something new because shipping 2 expansions a year, I really wanted to kind of just branch out and do something else. Blakely reached out to me again. He's like, "Hey, you could come down here. We could really use some help down there for DCUO um, on the system side of things." And Jason heard that I was looking around. He's like, "You should come check us out too." As he puts it, it was a year to the day after he left, basically when his non out. He reached out to me and he's like, "Hey, come check us out." And so I flew out there, and I mean, it was kind of funny. I always had glasses my entire life, and I got LASIK, um, uh, which is its own big story. But I got LASIK like a month before I flew out there. Actually, ended up not being able to get LASIK. I had to get PRK, which is sort of an older version of it that takes longer to heal. And so it was must have been like around like a March time frame because it was kind of snowy. And I get out there, and my vision's still a little blurry. And their studio is about a mile, or sorry, about an hour west of Boston, out in the woods. And I'm trying to find this place, and I can barely see, and it's dark, and it's snowy, and you're going on these little back roads out in Massachusetts, and it was a very harrowing experience. That I remember that. But I get out there, and I absolutely loved it. I missed every time I've been in Southern California. I've missed sort of nature, and so I get
Yeah.
out there among the trees, and it's beautiful, and all the history out there that you just don't think of when you're a West Coast kid. Like they're in Maynard, Massachusetts, which is right next to Concord, you know, the Revolutionary War kicked off. You get the Paul Revere routes are right through there. Um, just so much history in the area, and their studios in this beautiful old textile mill, which was like 1 million square feet, and they just had an office space in there. It was all wood and gorgeous, and it was great. And I got out there, and the team was fantastic. There's not a lot of game development, or there wasn't anyway out there. There was, I think Turbine was only other major one out in the area, and so they ended up having to recruit people from mostly from the West Coast. And when you're
Right.
doing that, you end up with really good talent because you're not pulling people that are just like associate level people all the way across country. You're pulling senior people, and so they had a really solid core team. The president at the time was Brett Close, who was a guy I knew from VR1 way back in the day, and they showed me what was going on, and I got super excited. The core proposition behind the game, like first off, we had R.A. Salvatore writing the story behind it. Bob ended up becoming a really good friend. He's a fantastic writer. I've loved him my whole life. So I was super excited by that. But the thesis behind the whole thing was they're making a game that had an ending to it. And that was one of the things that always bugged me about EverQuest was without an ending, it's really hard to tell a really strong story because it always has to one up itself. Like you might have a temporary ending, but the next time it always goes on. Like once you've killed the gods, what do you do next? And you're always trying to one up yourself. And so the thesis behind Copernicus was you had this story that was being told over a 5 year arc. And from the very beginning, we knew that it was going to end. And it's all about players coming together as a community trying to save their world. And there was actually this trigger point at the end where on a server by server basis, they could fail. And if they failed, the world was raised and ended up this blasted landscape that became full on PvP and just nastiness. And if they succeeded, it became idyllic and the server sort of stayed in that state from then on, and we created a sequel. So I was super excited by the idea behind it and hopped in there as a system lead. and came in working with Jason and Steve Denuser was already out there at the time and that kind of and we evolved the game over. I was there for about 5 years too, so I got in there about a year after they started. So I got in there relatively early, but after much of the early craziness happened, like from what I heard, they had like 30 or 40 different races to start off with and things like that. Kind of pared it down to something that was a little more manageable. But I absolutely love that game, and then the team was fantastic. So,
Yeah, there were a few people that I'd worked with beyond like you and Steve. I did. I don't think I worked directly with Jason, but I knew him just from being there. I think Niraj,
yeah, yeah,
Niraj.
you're
I always just call him Nurj, and he called me Lords of EverQuest. So he was out there. Who
yeah.
else was out there? Do you remember?
Ryan Schwader, if you knew him, he was out
That's right.
there. Yeah. Um, the problem is my mind it all kind of blends together. So it's hard for me to remember who came from SOE, who came from 38, who was. Um, but yeah, there's a bunch of folks that ended up out there. Um, so Kurt was a huge EverQuest fan, and um, he really, I mean, he had the best intentions for creating the game. He wanted to create the game he wanted to play, and so he didn't have any idea how to create games, and so he pulled out people that did. And in the early days, he recruited a lot of people out of his EverQuest guild, which is how that whole group kind of started up over there. And yeah, John Boomershine was out there. I hired Boomershine twice. I hired him into EverQuest and into 38 Studios. Uh, he's a great guy. I'd hire him again too. Um, but yeah, so he got a lot of people from the EverQuest blood out there. I remember he actually used to come out and he'd like tour the EverQuest 2 team and see how things were on and get advice from SMED. And so there was a lot of that kind of that kernel in the Copernicus IP from the gameplay standpoint.
Yeah. By the way, Ryan is in chat. He just appeared. I don't know if you saw him pop in. Um,
Oh, hi Ryan.
yeah, and uh, yeah, what you were describing is funny. Like as you were describing going out into the wilderness in the snow, half blind.
Yeah,
Like I'm hearing the wolves kind of like howling in the forest here in the background, and I just had this image of you walking instead of driving, I guess, which probably wasn't the
I probably
case.
been better off. Yeah,
Yeah. But it
it was.
sounded like a really badass like facility. It sounded like in order to get people from the West Coast over there, though, like there was a lot going on in terms of that recruiting process. Is I've
Yeah,
seen some reporting on it. I'm curious, is there anything you can speak to, or
yeah. I mean, it was part of it was we had a really cool game. We had a lot of senior people, and as you know, in the games industry, it's pretty insular. So you end up everybody sort of knows everybody, and so you end up with a lot of people at the studio at 38 Studios that knew people out there, and so we needed a position hired. You kind of reach out and you put your tendrils out, and you bring people out there and lure them out there. But Kurt was also, I mean, he's a millionaire, a baseball millionaire. He had tons of money up. He took care of people, and so the benefits are really good. The pay was good. I remember this was the first time that I moved cross country, and it was easy. It was like ninjas dropped out of the sky, packed me up, and moved me across country, and it was all set up again because they just took care of everything. So it was a fantastic experience getting out there, and they were just it was like a family. It just really everybody took care of each other, and it was good.
so with that in mind, I mean, was it just was it was it too ambitious? Was it too big of a project, or how did?
I mean, yes, because every project is too big of a project. That wasn't what caused the whole thing to die, though. It was there's a lot of weird reporting that went on. I got to see some of it. My wife at the time was HR manager for the whole thing, so I got to see inside that a lot of people did. And a lot of it came down to just the folks running the company were making bad business decisions. And the end up the sort of linchpin that caused the whole downfall was Massachusetts. And if you're on the East Coast, and especially in that area, there's this huge rivalry Rhode Island and Massachusetts. Rhode Island is like it's got like the short man syndrome to Massachusetts. And Massachusetts is where all the cool kids are, and Rhode Island wants to pull some of that. And so Kurt's like a god out on the East Coast. I mean, you could be driving and get pulled over by the police and tell them you work for Kurt Schilling, and they'd be like, "Oh, cool, can I give you an autograph?" and let you off. He's just got like a crazy reputation out there, and so he'd have parties all the time. And this is again kind of hearing it secondhand, but he'd have parties at his mansion out there. And I guess the governor of Rhode Island ended up at a moment they started talking, and they're like, "Hey, we should do something." Rhode Island's got, I think it's Brown out there. That's just a really good college, but there's nothing really for those people to do when they graduate. So there's this big brain drain in the state where people graduate from college and then they leave. A lot of them going to Massachusetts, a lot of them going elsewhere. And so they're looking to create a tech sector in Providence to kind of keep those people there. And they looked up at like Montreal and places like that where the games industry has come in, and they've sort of helped create this whole industry up there. You get like a big company that comes in, they set up, and whether they're successful or not, people stay in the area. They create all these little other small companies, other tech, and it just kind of explodes out from them. And so they really wanted to get 38 studios into Providence. And so there was this big deal that went down where we were looking for funding to finish the game. Kurt had basically paid it out of his pocket to get to a certain point, but it's an MMO. It's super expensive, and so we needed to finish it. And Providence or Rhode Island itself ended up backing I don't remember how much at this point. It was like a $700 million loan for the company on the condition they moved to Providence and start this whole thing out, being sort of the start of the death of everything. We didn't know this until a year later, but there were a lot of conditions attached to it. Like one of the really nasty ones was there were hiring conditions and pay conditions attached to that, where we had to have a certain number of people in the studio on certain dates in order to get paid, which made us hire far faster than we had to, which increased the burn rate of the company significantly. There's also a minimum average salary, so we had to pay really well, and so the burn rate went through the roof. And then the whole thing ends up, it sounds like it was pretty shady from the government side of things too. Like there was this fund that was created to kind of bring in tech companies, and I don't know exactly what happened there, but there were some politics that ended up giving 38 a big chunk of this, which caused kind of a hullabaloo, which is to happen, and a lot of people got upset about it, and politics happened, and what was his name? Lincoln Chafee came in, and he ran against the current governor largely on the platform of corruption around this 38 Studios deal, and he won. And so he gets into office, and now we've got this guy who's basically he ran on screwing 38 Studios and does exactly that. And so he kind of goes out of his way to make sure that we can't get money anymore, and reneging on the deals that were going on. And at that point, we were just kind of screwed, ran out of money, couldn't find additional funding. But all this happened behind the scenes, and nobody actually working on the game knew any of this until after the fact. So we started finding out about it when I remember the first thing I heard was one of the guys that was working there, his wife was pregnant and had gone for like a checkup because they're going to give birth next month or so. And the doctor said, your insurance is running out in like a week. Like, what? What's going on there? And from there, it all started to unravel. It turns out that 38 Studios hadn't been paying the bills for months. Things like our 401k money hadn't been deposited in the 401ks, which is like criminal. The parking fees hadn't been paid, insurance hadn't been paid, all this fun stuff. Like the lawyers for the company hadn't been paid. Like I said, my wife at the time was HR manager. The HR director noped out of the whole thing in the final days. She like literally gave my wife a sticky note saying sort of like, I'm out, and left the whole thing. The corporate lawyers hadn't been paid, so they're not involved in this whole thing. And we actually had a friend of mine who's an employment lawyer out here on the West Coast. We contacted him just for advice to figure out what the hell was going on. And he's like, send me $1. Just send me $1 and I'll represent you. Because being that she was the HR manager at the point, there's some potential risk to her that she get caught up in this whole thing from a liability standpoint. And so he helped her draft some documentation that was basically laying off the company and doing it in a way that would protect her and protect people. And when I say laying off, in this case, it was actually a good thing. The company was holding on to people for a really long time. We weren't getting paid. It was like a month and a half went by. People were still coming in because they were passionate about it. And like I said, it was like a family atmosphere. So everybody was still there every day. We had news crews outside every day. It was a nightmare. But she ended up convincing sort of Kurt and the board and all those guys to eventually lay off the company with just, I want to say it was down to the line where it was like we had a few hours left where we were going to cross the point where if people weren't cut free, they wouldn't even be able to get Cobra, and so they'd be just kind of out on their nose and not able to do anything. And she ended up, basically sending out that letter and firing everybody. So it was a fun story. My wife at the time actually fired me from that job. So yeah, it was bad. There's a lot of other stuff that went on there. When they moved from Massachusetts, they were trying to give as many incentives as possible to get people to come, and so there's a lot of things that helped like people buy houses. So they like covered all closing costs on buying a new house if you did it within a certain period of time. And so we got together, and I put my life savings at the time into a house there, and then a year later we had to turn around and sell it, and basically lost everything. We had people that there was another time too where the realtors were going to help people sell their houses that were in Massachusetts, and it turned out that if you don't sell within a certain period of time, there's a guaranteed so that people weren't stuck with their houses. It turned out that that wasn't exactly true, and those companies sort of holding on to the mortgages. And once they stopped getting paid by 38 Studios, those mortgages were reverted back to the people. And so we ended up with like a friend of mine ended up with a mortgage on a house that they thought they'd sold a year previously, just kind of popping back in, and just really nasty shit like that happened. It
And
was bad.
this was really bad timing as well because if I remember correctly, this was I bailed from California January 1st, 2006 to go work with Blakely in Austin and put my house on the market or condo on the market.
Yeah,
And it was like right around then, within a year and a half, the California housing market just like cratered. Um, and so people had, because you couldn't buy anything prior to that for like, people were putting down like 500 grand cash sight unseen in California. I mean, I was lucky I found one for like 350 or something, and it was a old ass condo. But
yeah.
it sounded like a lot of people had like $750 million mortgages. I don't know how many of them were affected, like if any of those folks moved out there as well, but just real shit timing, bad situation. I appreciate the insight because I've read like the Wikipedia entry. I remember some of the articles that popped up at the time. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it was rough. It was a bad time. A lot of people got really hurt by that. And one of the good things that came out of it, though, is it was a big enough explosion that the industry took notice. And so within a few days of things actually kind of coming to a head, there were people from studios all across the country, probably even outside the country, had set up in Providence to do like interviews, and a lot of people ended up with jobs pretty quickly. I know SOE came out at one point too, just to kind of help out. And I'm sure some people kind of ended up coming back.
and it's good to hear your perspective because again, like I've 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 started watching some of the like death of games videos and things like that, right? The ones that give the outside perspective of what happened to different things. And on the projects I'm familiar with, I'm like, I can see where you get that impression, but that's not what I remember happening in certain areas. And I've got the feeling it's a similar thing for the 38 Studios situation. I remember
Yeah.
everybody that worked there loving that place so much.
Oh, it's fantastic. Like that's one of the question earlier about like what game would I like to be working on again. There's no question. It was amazing. That team is fantastic. There are friends for life that were created there that I still chat with pretty much daily. Um, it was a great team, and the game was absolutely beautiful. There's a in the final days of the whole thing going on, we cobbled together sort of a trailer to kind of try to entice some people to hopefully fund us again, and also just kind of get what we were doing out there so it wasn't lost forever. I know that's floating around out there. You can search for it and find it. Um, it was an absolutely beautiful game. The lore behind it was incredible. Yeah, it was super cool.
Yeah. The um I remember the trailer. Like
Yeah,
I remember that period.
yeah.
Um
There's a lot of like misconceptions that went on too. Like I don't know where it came up, but a lot of people end up blaming Reckoning for it, which is just stupid. Like Reckoning had nothing to do with the downfall. Reckoning did good. It did actually exceptionally well for a game that was like the first in its IP because it's creating a whole new IP. It's tough. Reckoning was paid for almost entirely by Electronic Arts, if I remember right. So we were looking at just back end bonuses really well, but it wasn't like buying big, huge, and that kind of stuff came out of the funds that were going toward Copernicus. That wasn't what caused it. It was the burn rate. There was a lot of the money that we needed was actually held in escrow because of the loan itself. So even though we got 75 or 100 million dollars, only saw like 50 million of that. And then there was this weird handshake deal between like Kurt and the governor that we'd actually end up in Providence, which is pretty expensive. So they ended up buying and renovating an old bank, which is millions and millions of dollars right there just to build out the place. Yeah. It's fun stories around that too. Like the the mafia is real and alive in Rhode Island. It's pretty funny. There's it all around. It's like the Teamsters that were coming in there. There was a guy who was on staff whose job was basically to browbeat the Teamsters into getting shit done. And he was a scary dude. I remember we'd see him around the office. Like, this is a guy I don't want to mess with. Like, yeah, very much mafia. And in the whole like things that came out afterwards, like one of the lawyers ended up owning a nightclub in the area, and some of the funds got shoveled to like for his nightclubs. And I remember we moved in, the elevators and bathrooms didn't work, and they just kind of ignored that. Everybody was taking a piss in the Dunkin' Donuts across the street, just fun stuff like that.
Um, um, Rashere, we're using your real name in here, so I would say that any references to organized crime, probably keep it on the DL. I'm in.
Yeah, I think the statute of limitations of this stuff is way
Okay,
past. Yeah,
the mafia never forgets, buddy.
yeah, that's probably
Um,
true.
so cool. The question I have is, when I do these things and they go for a little while, I don't know if Discord degrades over time. I wouldn't be shocked if it does. Chat, is everything still sounding good on your end? Um, I've had a few sort of pops and stuff here, but I think it's my machine. Um, Normal Discord lag, awesome. Thank you, Dr. Donnie. Everything sounds great for you. Perfect. Delspy, thank you for the follow. Thanks for popping in. All right, Travis. So yeah, I mean, I was explaining that scenario using Wikipedia, while also explaining Kurt Schilling and sort of why it's a big deal in the U.S., etc.
Yeah,
To my girlfriend Jasmine earlier today, and yeah, the details of like the 400, I think it was for the 75 million, it was promising 450 jobs. And like, it was funny, her first reaction too was like, isn't that pretty big for a game team? I'm like,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Like we had people coming in to staff up like community and customer support, and we're like 2 years from launch. It just because they had to have heads and seats in order to get the payouts. It was crazy stuff.
Yeah, and especially when there's just like a forced rate, like it's hard to hire, let alone higher quality, let alone at a forced rate like that. So that's insane.
Yeah, yeah,
Not Get Thin, FML, Wiki, Patriarcha, uh, Patriarcha family, Rhode Island, things you learn. What's up, Sean? I was actually in the army with a dude whose family was from Connecticut, and the story was, well, since we're not naming names, I'll tell the full story. Story was he got into the army because that was what the judge offered as an alternative, since he did beat someone with a baseball bat pretty severely. And his dad would show up in this incredible, like black, just slightly smaller than a limousine car and his dad was super old, and his stepmom was super young, and they had a custom plate and all this stuff that I won't mention the name, but my friend in the army had a nice mafia tattoo, big mafia tattoo on his arm. Was very kind of stylized and stuff. And we until we met his dad, we are like, you got to be joking, right? You're putting us on. Then we met his dad, and like, I believe it. And then some of the guys went to New York to hang out with his uncle on a yacht, and his uncle is in garbage collection. And so I was like, yeah, I guess this guy's actually in the mafia. And they live in Connecticut. So Rhode Island, Connecticut, it's all the same thing to me.
Yeah. Yeah, Rhode Island is incredibly small. If you've never been there, it's really hard to understand. I remember my mom came and visited us once, and we drove her around the entire, I mean, around the entire state. And I do mean around, like the circumference of the whole thing. And I think it took an hour and a half. It's tiny. Yeah.
It's like Luxembourg.
Yeah.
Um, all right, so 38 studios. Is there any more that we should cover there?
Oh, there's probably tons. I don't know if people have questions about that stuff. Um,
I'm assuming people do.
yeah. There's a lot of shit that went on there. The good part, like I said, the team was amazing. The game was incredible. It's a shame that people never got to see it and play it. We were doing something that was pretty spectacular.
So I saw when I looked at the video, like the trailer video as well. Like the questions I had was, what stage were you at? Because it seemed like zone populations in at least one video there was like some base pop in there, but
Oh
I
yeah,
also I know
yeah.
that.
I think we had progression up to around level 20, and the zones that went along with that were populated. They had quests in place. They had events in place. We're looking to probably have gone into sort of a public alpha state in within a year or so. So for an MMO, it was pretty far along.
Um, what about like higher end content plans for how to maintain that? I mean, the fact that you guys were thinking 5 year story arc. Um,
Yeah, it got this is where it got super exciting. This is stuff that we were also doing in parallel because it was kind of risky. The whole story was based around um, on for a really long time. I'm trying to think how to boil it down, but effectively, if you take the world as we know it, and if you go with the idea that dragons are the source of all magic, kind of the core of this whole thing, and you get to this world where there's this where the mother of dragons, Tiamat, she's on this sort of cosmic course where she flies across the universe and she comes back to Earth every set period of times. I think it was 5,000 years, and she lays a brood, and the brood grows over time, eventually awakens, and then when she comes back on her cycle again, um, they depart with her. And so this is where you get the dragons from myth and legend. And at the end of the cycle, Tiamat destroys the Earth. She always does this and resets everything, and it all starts over again, on and on and on. In our particular cycle, which takes place basically sort of like our current life, um, it takes place after our current life anyway. Mankind actually found some of the, woke them up and killed them. Actually, I screwed that up somehow. Let's see. She ends up destroying the Earth anyway because mankind found them up and killed them, and then she lays a new brood. And so basically, the Earth has been wiped clean. I don't think she actually does it on every cycle. It's been a long time, so you have to bear with me here. But anyway, the point being is that during the last cycle, mankind found and disturbed and killed off these dragons. They angered the mother, who comes back, so wipes the Earth clean. We start from scratch, and now we're into the time frame where the game is happening, and the dragons are starting to awaken again. And this becomes our sort of our end game content, but it was all built around the entire community coming together. And we're saying dragons here. We're not talking like Vox and Nagafin dragons. We're talking dragons the size of mountains, things that were actually zones that you would play on top of. The raids that took place on them, a lot of the raid took place on top of the dragon themselves. We were actually testing out the technology that allow us to be on top of these moving creatures, fighting on top of them inside of these other massive environments. But
That's
the idea was
insane.
the whole community came together to do this stuff. So, for instance, some of the early dragons were they're vulnerable to copper, for instance, and then the crafters could get involved in making copper weapons that then the raiders could use to take them on. It becomes these huge quest lines that would play into the whole thing. Um, a lot of this content happened post-launch, and so we were just kind of testing out the core technology behind it. We hadn't created a lot of it. The theory behind it were these mega raids that the entire server community could come behind, and for each one of them you could fail. And basically you're trying to destroy these dragons before they could grow too powerful, and you sort of lose the raid. And then at the end of the 5 year cycle, all of the ones you've succeeded in kind of help you out when Tiamat comes back and you're trying to defend Tiamat off from destroying the Earth. So it's kind of this whole thing plays out into it, and server by server they kind of diverge over time as certain servers are more successful than others or take out different dragons than others. Um, when a dragon is defeated, it sort of turns into a dungeon zone. So you could go back and then play through effectively its corpse in that environment in the future, opening up new events, new content, new items, that kind of thing too. So like I said, it was pretty ambitious. It was also really cool.
To be able to like pull something like that off. Um, I mean, first of all, it sounds badass. It's a fun image to kind of hold. The tool set, like if you guys felt like you were going to be able to deliver that, my assumption is that your pipelines and your tools were pretty good then.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like we were using Unreal for the front end, and I want to say it was Big Rule for the back end. So we were using sort of off-the-shelf tools, but there's tons of customization that happened on top of that. This would have been Unreal 3, I believe, which really is built for corridor shooters. And so we ended up having to redo a lot of the graphics engine to work for these big outdoor environments.
Mm.
I remember one of the early things I did when I was there before I became design director. I was just the systems lead, and I was helping prototype out some of this content with just a small pod of an engineer, an animator, some character artists, and myself getting together and just trying to see if we could create a giant dragon that would actually walk around a zone that you could attach onto. And we managed to get it working pretty quickly. And so that was a good proof of concept that we could just build off of. The big limitation we ended up on for the size of dragons is actually the zone they can go in, which is kind of funny because we wanted them walking around in a zone that players could then like be perched up on cliffside, bring ballistas into it as it walks past and that kind of thing. And you can only get so large before the dragon itself basically is just it's not able to move because it's too large for the rest of the zone.
Mm. Yeah, and yeah, I could only imagine like then if you make a zone that big, unless it's mainly just backdrop, it's like object
Yeah,
count and everything else, which I know we ran into that with DC. Is like Unreal was not very happy with what we were trying to pull.
yeah.
Um,
Like the early one we built out was sort of you can think of it almost like a racetrack, where it's kind of this big, almost like an oval, where the dragon would walk around like this, and you got cliff faces around the inside and on the inside and the outside that players could climb up on. The whole thing was in different phases. So the first thing you wanted to do is weaken the dragon by getting up in these areas and firing ballistas down onto it, and then you could get on top of the dragon, and yeah, it was just kind of progressed through a bunch of different phases, and it was built so that was a different raid content, and you can go in there with a raid and try to defeat it, and your success or failure would kind of go into a sort of a server scoreboard, and you had to a certain number of defeated over a certain period of time to the whole thing as a success. That always felt a little clunky, so we're probably going to iterate on that. But
yeah,
the idea being is that we wanted everybody to have an opportunity to try this stuff out and sort of contribute toward a larger goal for the server as a whole. So it wasn't just as soon as one raid beats it, you're done. It's the server community is kind of coming together to succeed or fail together.
right. Word, the game we're discussing is an unreleased game. I think only known as Project Copernicus.
Yeah.
And it was being worked on by 38 Studios.
Kingdoms of Amalur would have been the name probably.
So, Not Get Thin FML said that would have been really that would have been incredible. There's a couple of big business games that have wanted to do something similar, epic scale interactive creatures recently, and had to cut them before launch. Anthem, I think, had initially tried something like that and had to cut back. Um,
Yeah, it was definitely a challenge. It was so integral to the story we were playing though that it wouldn't have been an easy thing to cut, and so we recognized that early on. Like I said I was there for I want to say 5 years, and I remember in the first year I was there, we were trying out the tech, so we recognized this was going to be a challenge early, and we were building towards it. And because this whole thing played out over 5 years, we only really needed to get like one or two of these in at launch, and the rest of them could be built afterwards as expansion content.
um, I thought I had one more question with regards to tool set, but then I just got fixated on what you were describing.
Yeah, I mean all the tools are it's like any other like game. Like most of the design tools end up being proprietary because you have these very specific needs.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it was all built off of Unreal, so we had a nice foundational base there.
Yeah. Okay, so if more questions come up, oh wait, there was one up there. Siquit Wow said, if we are allowed to ask, have you maintained a relationship with Kurt since working for 38, especially since he has become a rather polarizing political commentator?
Yeah, that's one of the sadder things that come out of all of that. I have not actually. I sort of blocked him on social media. Um, he's become polarizing, is a nice way to put that. I think he went through some really rough times after all of that. He had a heart attack, he had a cancer scare, and um, yeah, his personality's completely changed. Like the Kurt I knew when I was there was a very loving, caring guy who took care of the people around him. I was happy to call him a friend, and I don't like seeing what's happened. So, yeah.
All right, and we, I think, can leave it at that. That's a fair way of describing it.
Yeah.
Um, so let's see. Um, blah, 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 blah. What happened to EQ next? That is something where if you get into the bonds, here I'll post the link again. I think Ryan covers that a little bit in his, maybe some other folks as well, but I know Ryan, that one's pretty close to his heart. Ryan, I don't know if you're still in here, but I saw you in here earlier. But yeah, so, oh no, no worries, no need to apologize. I tend to just put that up there because at this point we've already got like 20 hours of odds. This will add, at a minimum, 22. But we may be working towards 23 if you've got time. So, all right, 38
I got
Studios.
I got a D&D game in 2 hours. Otherwise, I'm free. So.
Okay, D&D game in 2 hours, and I'm assuming is that done via like video or are you actually?
It is now a
Yeah,
combination of Roll20 and Discord. Like we used to get together for COVID. We just get together every couple of weeks. But now it's all virtual.
right on. Cool. So you don't have travel time.
I'm gonna be sitting here exactly
Yeah.
here.
If you need a quick bio break or whatever, just let me know.
I'm
Otherwise,
not
we'll
gonna get another drink here in a sec.
cool. All right. So after 38 Studios, it's,
Yeah. So like I said, that whole thing was pretty traumatic. I was out in Rhode Island. There's not a lot of games stuff out there. Um, at the point I was like looking for something stable. And like I said, it felt like the entire industry sort of descended on Providence to help find everybody jobs. And so at this point, I've got a decent amount of experience under my belt. And a guy at Amazon actually ended up reaching out through one of the friends there. I think it was John Antonio, who was actually coincidentally the guy that was the programmer that I built one of the early Dragon demos with. A
oh,
friend of
rad.
his, yeah, really small. Um, it was an ex-EA exec that was at Amazon Games before they really had any game studios. He was helping kind of found up the whole thing, and they didn't really have any designers there, and they were looking for somebody to kind of help out build like an Xbox Live style avatar system, which is something it's really simple and really basic, but effectively the Kindle Fire devices were created to be sort of color e-readers, but a huge percentage of the use cases of them ended up being games, and so Amazon embraced that and said we should do more with the gaming side of things and start providing all the tools that game developers need to be on our platform. Common things, leaderboards for players. They wanted to do an avatar style system where you could get um, a cute little dude on your screen that represented you and that kind of thing. And as a consumer, I absolutely love Amazon. Fantastic company, everything I ever wanted. I can get it right there, and super stable. They've got really deep pockets, and so like this sounds like a really cool opportunity. And I went out there, and I was out in Seattle for about 2 years, and it really just wasn't a good fit for me. It's much more corporate than I was used to. I've been in game industries now for a really long time. This was headquarters up in Seattle, and the politics behind it were just driving me nuts. And so I was only there for a couple of years. When I hit the end of my project, I exited at that point. And at that point, Scott Hartzman had reached out to me, and he's like, "Hey, we could really use some help down here at Trion." I'm like, "Cool," because I'm going insane up here, and moved down to help him out instead. So yeah,
But the fact that you were there for a couple of years, though.
yeah, it was a good experience. Like I got to see how Amazon operates. I got to see a lot from the mobile gaming division, which I hadn't had any exposure to at the time. Um, and met some great folks there. The guy that hired me in, he left about a year after I got there, and he and I are still in contact. Actually, I was just chatting with him a couple months ago about maybe starting up a whole new company myself, and he's got contacts everywhere. And so we were going around seeing if that made sense. I help him out with projects from time to time. Like he's always got something going on, and he picks my brain for like, suggestions and feedback and that kind of thing. So yeah, good stuff came out of it. It's just not really a good place for me. Again, this was before Amazon Games really existed. I think I would have been happier if I was part of one of the actual game teams there. Like I know
Yeah.
Smeds went up one down in San Diego, and I was actually part of the group that came down to buy Double Helix, which is now the Amazon Game Studio in Irvine. Um, I was part of the team that came down to evaluate Double Helix at the time to see for purchase. So I got my tendrils in that, which was kind of fun. So,
It's interesting because when you mentioned like the number of companies and people that came out to sort of support you guys, it's because you mentioned it twice, and both times I immediately thought of SMED, and I wanted to make just a quick note on there, because I was watching like the essentially the I think it's the death of a game series or whatever, and I was watching like a Vanguard one earlier today or something. I don't think people realize how much, at least this is what I observed, how much SMED would go out of his way to try to make sure that people that were part of Sony online at some point were taken care of. Like, it's one of those things, unless I'm missing something, it seems like that's been one of those misconceptions over the years. Um, like, from, as an outside observer, um, I always thought that was the case. And so when you mentioned like that folks were coming up there, etc., that immediately came to mind.
yeah, totally. Ironically, I didn't know Smed that well when I was at SOE. I'd talk to him once every 6 months when we pitched an expansion, and but like afterwards, I got to know him relatively well. So, but yeah, I get that impression too. Like he goes out of his way to help out people.
Uh, he just seems he just seems a lot like a dude. He was the
Yeah.
first CEO I ever met. He's a dude, and he's a dude that loves games.
Yep.
And some of the things were when I was working there, I was frustrated or whatever. It's because he's a dude and he loves games and has opinions about games.
Yeah.
And if he was more of a just sort of traditional CEO or something, he probably wouldn't have given a shit.
Yep.
Um, and so that's where some of the conflict came. And I look back on it, I appreciate it completely.
Yeah.
Um,
It's funny. I learned a phrase from Dustin Browder at Blizzard, which I wish I'd known back in the SOE days. He used to say, "Admirals can't have opinions," which it rings so true. Like when you're a CEO, or even in a lot of cases a design director or design lead, you really can't have an opinion on things because anything you say gets taken as gospel. You have to be very careful about doing that. And so Smed, being a gamer, he's got all these ideas and he wants to get his opinions out there. But they don't necessarily come across as opinions. They might come across as you need to do this. Like he's got this really cool ideas, and he's the CEO of the company, so of course people want to make him happy. He just wants to have these cool ideas, get them out there too. It's just you have to be careful about that. I used to when I was still at Blizzard, I'd always like couch my opinions when talking to other designers with, "This is just my opinion. I don't have to do anything with it," and get it out there first, because otherwise you might walk away and find out a week later that somebody spent 40 hours changing the shade of gray because you didn't like it, something like that. You know,
yeah, a lot of prefacing. Like,
yeah,
I'm just putting out there, actually, do not do this shit unless you cannot
yeah,
think of anything
exactly.
else. But
Just my
and
opinion.
check with me first after you've checked with everybody else. But wouldn't it be cool if? Um, no, I actually ran into that. I actually, when we were pitching the mercenary game post Planetside, I kept getting feedback from producer we were working with that I think it was Smed, because it wouldn't have been Russ, uh, but Smed wants it like Battlefield 1942 over and over. Like, and I was like, so finally I had to go up and I was like, so are we talking like fighting Nazis or like what is it about like like when we're talking I think it was death or like matches or something. I was like, what? And it's like bucket respawn. Like after all of this argument at the team level about like okay, we're doing mercenaries though, but like should it be Germans and it's like well like 1942 when I walked up and just asked it was just like bucket respawn. Just bucket respawn.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Cool. So you end up at Trion with Scott.
Yeah. And Bill Fisher, who you just had on recently too.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, it was fun. It was a he was just looking for somebody to kind of come in as just a general troubleshooter and help out. And so I came in there and hopped on some Rift expansion that was going on and created some raid content for Rift. And then I went over and I took on the lead position for Defiance. That project had a history where it was created down in San Diego, and that it didn't do very well. There was a lot of problems with it. Studio was shut down. The game was brought up to the San Francisco area to kind of keep going. It was a really small team at that time, so I kind of took that over. Had never played Defiance before in my life, so I had to learn how to do all the whole thing. Again, great experience. Kind of it was another example of really leaning on the community, pulling on a bunch of people that were really passionate about the game to figure out what the community wanted, what they liked, um, and kind of go from there. We did some really cool stuff on that. Um, but it was a good example of the game itself was, I mean, it was decent. It had a lot of problems, and the audience on it wasn't super large. Like Rift was like the big money maker for Trion, so Defiance was kind of there in the background. But it gives you a lot of freedom when you're in that position, and so you could do things that you couldn't do otherwise because there's not a lot of risk. And I remember just foundationally the way the combat system was built was it was built to scale, and that was sort of like the really basic thing about it was um, the area around you would always scale to your level, and so all of the systems were built around that scaling factor. And when they built it, for whatever reason, they built it with a single tuning variable that affected both PCs and NPCs, and everything was based around that. So it was impossible to tune NPCs separate from PCs. If you went in there and you wanted to increase difficulty, everything increased proportionally, which was just a major pain in the butt. It made tuning basically impossible. And so I was able to, because there wasn't a lot of risk in it, and if I fucked it up, things weren't going to go horrible. Went in there over the course of a week and just redid the entire combat system. And I remember my crowning achievement, what he noticed. It was fantastic. So I got in there, and now I've got two different tuning variables where I've got PCs and NPCs are separate, and I can tune them separately, and the player community never noticed, and that was perfect.
Good job.
Yeah, which allowed me to retune the game, which was good.
Yeah, that's always like the sign of success when you're having to go in and gut something in a live game. It's like if no one notices, wonderful.
Yeah, yeah, great success.
Bunny said Defiance is a good game though. Was just talking like a week ago about how Defiance is probably the only MMORPG shooter you play. Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought the biggest challenge with that ultimately was like I do my usual thing that I'm sure anybody that works on games does, which is as soon as I see an announcement, I start analyzing like, all right, how big of a pain in the ass is this going to be, or why is this overly ambitious, or like I'm always thinking like, what's the I'm doing a risk assessment to see likelihood of launch and what it's probably going to happen after launch,
yeah,
etc. And when I saw that one and its desire to sort of keep in parallel with a live production, like a TV show, is like, oh,
yeah,
okay, this will be interesting. Maybe they can pull it off, but yeah,
yeah. That caused so many problems. It was just it's like one of the big things that Defiance had, the game had going for it were the arc falls, which are just the really cool, almost Rift style events, but in Defiance. Content that would just spawn and everybody would congregate around, and it was really fun. And there was this big argument where the TV show wanted to get arc falls. They were getting rid of all the debris up in space and such, and we're just like, you can't do that. It's core to our game. And they ended up doing it anyway because they wanted to. And so it just sort of bifurcated the narrative and said that doing its own thing. The game is now doing its own thing, and it was just a mess.
yeah. It's to me that just seems like such a crazy challenge. I try to picture a scenario in which that will work. Um,
Yeah,
Maybe one day in the future, if like everything is all just in one big studio or something. But yeah, so
like
all right,
I was talking about like over the last few months, I started looking at going off and doing my own studio because
yeah,
it's possible. And like one of the ways I was looking at it was there's an IP holder out there that wanted to do something in both games and TV shows and stuff like that that was looking to fund us. And that experience from Defiance that painted a nice big red flag on that. Like I'm not sure I want to get involved in that again. That was pretty rough. So
Yeah, they would really have to support each other in a way that. So we were doing this at my last company as well, where we spun up a publishing division, have a division. We have a publishing person, we have a music person, etc. And we're looking at the best ways to use those various verticals to support each other, but not be explicitly tied. And I think that's about the only way that it really can work well. Um,
Yeah. Yeah, it's just there's so many things about like they're talking about. They're very early on, obviously. They hadn't done any of this, but they're saying the same things. Like we want to keep them separate and all that kind of stuff. But logistically, they end up being tied together just because they have to. Like if you're doing a big TV show or a movie or whatever, you're putting a ton of money into that. You're getting stars. And so a lot of your advertising is going to lean that direction, which means you're going to want to leverage all of that to go into the other properties. And so the games can be affected by all of that stuff, even if up front you don't want it to be. So
yeah,
it's just, yeah.
yeah. I mean, you'd have to. Oh, hey, Big
Good
Bad Jeff.
morning, fam.
Thanks for the bits and the message. Um, you fudged that up. I don't know how. Seemed fine to me. It just shocked the shit out of me, to be honest with you. So yeah, and again, I think you would need like whatever super ego or like you would need something at the top of that pyramid to sort of keep that shit all reined in and coordinated and deal with not just the logistics but the egos.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So hey, but if so it sounds like Jeff Bezos, who you met while you were at Amazon, was thinking about giving you some money to start a badass new company. If you decide because you're at a cool new company now that you don't want the Jeff Bezos money, we have been talking about Bezos money on the stream a good bit, and we would be more than happy to take a small satchel, not even a full suitcase, small satchel, um, and we can talk after this about Jeff's contact info or whatever. I wouldn't mind spinning up a little something. So, all right.
sure. Next
So,
time he calls me, yeah.
oh, you broke up there. I'm sorry.
So next time he calls me, I'll pass that along.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Um,
I never got. I was one step away from him at one point. We never actually got to meet him while I was up there.
and that one step was a giant security guard.
Probably. No, like
Yeah,
I said, it was very. Amazon's very political, so you have to go through all these different layers of management and every single one of them wants to like sign off on things. So the thing we were doing was getting approved by all these different people, and at one point it was approved right below Jeff. We never got to actually talk to Jeff himself.
yeah. I just imagine. I mean, the closest I've ever seen was I was working with a company fairly briefly when I took a quick break from DC Universe Online, and we were pitching something to Microsoft. And I went to Seattle and met like Microsoft people in person, and like sort of that was my first Microsoft experience, and I was like, I just would never survive here. Like they would just devour me. Like I'm too much of a weirdo. I mean, I can wear North Face, I could get the black rimmed glasses again, but I just like it. I just can't pretend to be that. So, and I imagine Amazon, not the game part, but just like Amazon would be something like that for me.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I've heard the games division is a little better because it's games. You're creating art as opposed to Amazon is very procedural. They're very much driven by data, which is kind of the antithesis of art.
yeah. Um, so, all right, you were with Scott at Trion, and then what
Yeah,
happened?
actually. So after Defiance, I ended up. So Bill Fisher ended up spinning up a little project there that I joined for a little while, and then this was. I was talking about my wife at the time at Blizzard was the HR manager. She ended up being the HR manager at Trion as well, and this is part of the whole bit was she did a lot to help out people during that whole collapse, and so she ended up with a pretty good reputation, and a lot of people went otherwhere else, yeah, that went elsewhere. Used her as an example of like what they like in HR, and a lot of people end up at Blizzard, and so she ended up having Blizzard reach out to her to see if she would like to come down and join them. And at this point, she'd been following me around the industry for like, I don't know, years or whatever. And she's got an offer from Blizzard. I'm like, okay, it's my turn to follow you. Blizzard's amazing. You can't turn this down. And so she ended up coming down to Blizzard, and Tryon asked me to just continue working remotely. So I moved down to the Irvine area, and just worked out of my bedroom for like a year. It was like the week I got down here. Again, a lot of 38 people are now at Blizzard. They reached out to me and they're like, "Hey, you need to come chat with us. We'd love to get you into Blizzard." The course of a year or so, I ended up just talking with the Heroes of the Storm team off and on, and they were really interested in getting me in there. But again, I hadn't played Heroes at this point. I spent like a year getting to learn the game, not in any rush, just waiting for a good opportunity. And then about a year after I got down here, I ended up hopping in to join the Heroes of the Storm team as a system designer there. So the transition for that. Um, yeah.
Cool. So once you get your foot in the door, it sounds like that role grew a bit.
Yeah, it seems to happen everywhere I go. Yeah, I came in as a system designer there. The systems lead left about a month after I got there, so I stepped into the systems lead role. And then about a year later, I stepped into the design lead role when Dustin stepped off to go do a new project. So,
Okay. Um, so what is there anything you can give us? Like, what was that like? Again, I didn't honestly. So, Hots, I really just I didn't get into, but I also haven't played many MOBAs to be honest.
it's the only MOBA I've ever really enjoyed. It kind of goes back to a lot of what we were trying to do with MMOs is make it so that you're sort of working with players as opposed to against them.
Mm,
You're not There's not kill stealing within groups and stuff like that. And that was what always drove me nuts about League is I'm competing with my team at the same time that I'm working with them to take on the other team. And
mm-hmm.
so Hot really doubles down on the aspect of that. You're really working with a team and you succeed or fail as a team. And that really appealed to me. And then you've got just fantastic Blizzard characters and the visual design's amazing. And so that game I really enjoyed quite a bit. The team is absolutely fantastic too, and it was a good experience. I got to learn a lot there. I was only on the team for like 2 years or so before I got tapped to go start up a new project. But my time there was really great.
And uh, let me see. There are a couple questions that came in, so let me look at, and I'll work my way sort of most recent back. Sorry, guys. Question for Travis. When he went across to the Blizz team, um, did he get a look at or have any thoughts on the Titan project before it was recycled?
That was before my time.
Yeah.
So by the time I got there, Overwatch was in development and launched slightly after, just shortly after that.
And one of my colleagues from Austin is I think he's or he was the executive producer on Overwatch, so it's like another Sony connection. Um, yeah, so it's interesting how small the community can be sometimes, or the industry. Um,
Well,
so
you
go
got
ahead.
Sorry, I just blanked.
Jay Allen Brett.
Brack there is now. He took over from Moorheim, so there's a Sony connection too. So
Yeah, and well, and then all the other people that sort of came up from San Diego, as we were saying earlier. Chris is
yeah,
there as well, Chris Lena, and a number of people.
yep,
Um,
yeah, still there.
let's see, what is the other question? Were you so Retro Gamer 5000? Were you satisfied with the classes were designed in WoW? There were mixed reception, some upset with how classes were changed in extreme ways. I don't know. Is that an applicable question professionally or just personally?
I never really did much with WoW. Obviously, I didn't touch it. By the time I got to Blizzard, I was sort of done with MMOs. I wanted to do something new, so I didn't have anything to do with WoW while I was there. Personally, I didn't play a ton of WoW. I played it pretty casually. EverQuest was always more my thing, and I didn't like the way WoW's endgame worked, so I never really got into it.
Okay. And so I'm pretty sure you can't say anything about the project that you left HOTS for. I would
Yeah,
assume.
yeah. Except I spent a couple years on it. It was a good opportunity. I got to create basically from scratch. I started my own little team there. I spent a couple years working on it, and it was just shut down along with a few other projects last year.
Okay. Um, culturally, did you notice differences? I mean, aside from Amazon, I'm really curious what you kind of perceived and what it felt like across the companies. Like when I hear your stories about 38 Studios, culturally, first of all, knowing some other people that shared the same sentiment, like Neeraj and folks like that, I know him and he's a great guy. So if he was super happy with the culture, then I think it was the right culture. Um, what was it like all the way through? Was it almost always the same? Was Blizzard very similar to Trion to 38?
No, they're all very different. Like going back to Sony, even VR1, every company's got its own kind of feel to it. I mean, fundamentally, everybody's still there because they want to make an awesome game. I haven't worked in any companies where it's just sort of people just churning shit out. Everybody's always passionate, but every company's got a very different feel to it. SOE, everybody felt really young. Like to me, I always likened that to like a high school. There was a lot of cliques there going on, lots of rumor mongering, and there's some shitty shit that went on behind people's backs. But again, people was very early in the industry. People were still kind of growing and learning.
Yeah.
38 Studios, again, it's kind of a cliche at this point. People talk about it a lot, but it did feel like a family, especially early on when everything was really small. Um, there at Kurt's house for Christmas and just things like that. It was really cool. Um, Amazon, I expect, is giant monolithic organization, uh, about as far from game development as I could get. Trion was an interesting one. Is it always felt a little sad because a lot of the people had been there had been part of the happened previously, and so it always felt a little dark. Like people were always waiting for the next shoe to drop
Mm.
because they had shut down the San Diego studio and the Austin studio, and everything had been kind of pulled back, or at least game development there, and pulled back into the Bay Area. And then I guess through some cuts there as well. And so it was always felt a little dark there. Um, really large company, and every team is almost its own little mini company within it. So they all have very different feels to them. But it's kind of cool that you can see the personality of the team in the game itself. Like the Diablo team, they always feel like the goth kids, right? You can see it in their project. You go into their area and it's all dark and posters of blood and shit all over the place. You go into the Hearthstone area and they're always celebrating something. It feels like somebody's already brought in a cake and people are dancing and having fun. I mean, not really, but it feels that way. And
Posters of blood.
it just it, it's just interesting how the games take on the feel of the team, or vice versa, one or the other.
Yeah. No, dude, I just came from a team that was a horse adventure game
Yeah,
for girls in Sweden. So trust me, I know about cake, I know about
yeah,
dancing, I know about hugs. I tend to hug at a distance.
I'm
I do
sure.
like Keanu
Yeah,
Reeves hugs. Uh,
safety hug. Yes.
yes. Plus, I'm just so awkward, like in person. You guys may not realize this because I'm so natural and smooth on the stream, but I'm the most awkward, weird person in real life. So I'm just like, uh, don't touch me, I'll malfunction. Let's see. But that makes sense, man. I was just
Yeah, and
wondering.
I do place Mutant a few weeks ago, and I've always loved the ability to actually be hands on, and so the small team thing really resonated with me. So when I had my team at Blizzard, it was just like I think we got at most we were like 12 or 13 people. It's a fantastic environment because everybody's so collaborative and you can actually be doing stuff. So now I'm kind of back to that again with a nice small team, and I'm loving it.
Nice. And I mean, it's also people that you're really familiar with, right? I
Yeah,
mean, it sounded like, I mean, the names that I've seen, I think on LinkedIn, were all fairly familiar.
yeah. I mean,
Um,
Blake, you obviously know Blakely and probably Ceasler. Those two
yep.
would probably jump out. Um, Everybody on there is pretty senior though.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. And I was just kind of googling around, like, where the hell is this? And the area and everything seems like a really cool spot.
It's a dream. Yes, that's it's. I tell people this is the first time I've moved for a job where the environment wasn't secondary to the position itself. Like I'm moving there partly because of the environment. Like I want to be in where they are. They're in Bend, Oregon, which my favorite places in the world are Colorado and Seattle. And Bend seems to take the best parts from both of those. It's got like Colorado weather, but it's got the Pacific Northwest vibe to it. You don't get all the rain from Seattle. When we went out there and toured the studio, we like drove around the area, and like the best way I had this explained to me was somebody said it feels like Bend was created by a junior level designer, because it's got like four different environments that are just kind of mashed together along lines. You've got the high desert, you got like the alpine forest, you've got the mountains, and you've got literally just lava flows, like old lava flows, and they're just each like different quadrants. Like you go to the northeast, it's desert. You know, to the southeast, you've got the forest. To the southwest, you've got the lava flows, and it's really funny. But the huge variety of things. 15 minutes outside of town, you can be hiking around lava, or
Dude,
half an hour, you can be up in the slopes. Yeah.
junior level designer. That level designer sounds like a genius. I think
Yeah.
I think we need to get back to that. I mean, hell, I'm sitting here right now and I can just walk for a few minutes and be in lava, and then walk a few minutes in the other direction and be like in a nice open common lens. Games have overcomplicated shit. This is brilliant here, and it sounds like Bend, Oregon was designed by the same level of brilliance. Hala Games, thank you for the follow.
No loading times though, which is nice. I think they
Nice.
likened it to a junior level designer because there's no blending between them. It's just like they just plopped an environment down, and there's a hard line between.
I'm, dude. I have a lot of bad ideas about games. Especially these days. I hear that and I'm like, no, hard zone lines, no blending. Screw this. Let's take it all the way back to the origin. I'm not even joking. When I get that Jeff Bezos money, we'll see. Um,
There you go.
let's see. Retro Gamer 5000 asked, "Did you have any involvement in Eldon since you were EQ game designer and lead designer?" And Vexar, if you had any involvement in um, I thought DODH improved upon dungeons. Congrats if you're involved. Same with DON.
Depths
Um,
of, yeah. So Eldon, like I said, I came in halfway through Eldon, and I was just doing live design at that point. So I didn't do much with Eldon itself. I think I might have helped like populate one of the dungeons or something, but there wasn't a whole lot going on there. Um, Depths of Dark Hollow, though, I was lead during that point. I remember that one. That was fun.
cool. Yeah. All right.
Dragon.
Is there anything that is it too early? Would Blakely get mad if you blabbed about what you're doing in any sort of way? Are you making a mobile match three game?
Probably not. Um, no, I can't talk about that at all. It's way too early.
Yeah,
I'll be happy to talk about it once that stuff's public, but you know how this stuff goes.
absolutely. I just have to make some assumptions when I look at the crew there, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I will say that we're excited about the project, which is a really great place to be. Yeah.
Cool. Um, and Brent Copeland just asked, did you start with the acronyms and then work your way backward into the title of the expansions?
No, but I will. Her name has definitely shot down a few titles. You're getting into this really cool name, and then you realize that it's going to be used for slang in a horrible way, and you have to get rid of it because the acronym doesn't work.
Yeah, I could imagine. Cool, dude. All right, so we have done close to 3 hours. This is 2 hours and 48 minutes.
I'm,
I would hear that on the Joe Rogan like podcast where they're like, "Oh man, we just did 3 hours," and it's like, "Oh wow, that was really quick." And yeah, it happens here as well. Um, Not trying to rush you off, and there are a couple more questions that popped in, but I do think, I know you've got stuff to do, and at some point, I'm going to get up and go to the bathroom anyway. So we'll see how this times out. Um, Not get thin. Fairly broad question with EQ coming back strong in TLP servers and now WoW Classic obviously drawing on that success for their own. How do you think this will affect the Western MMO market? Are we likely to see other companies restart their titles?
I don't think it's going to affect the market that much. Um, I mean, the like WoW Classic has obviously done really well for WoW, but the investment to make a game like this is fun. It's huge. Um, there's out there doing it currently, but I don't think you're going to have a bunch of people suddenly jump into the MMO market that weren't currently. Um, it's just there's just too much that goes into it.
Yeah, it's pretty challenging. But these guys have also, I think, a lot of folks that have been on the stream have heard me blab about niche MMOs. Like working on a couple relatively small MMOs the last 5 years, but seeing sort of the numbers in the background, looking at our KPIs, looking at revenue, profitability, and stuff, it has opened my eyes to the potential of approaching niche MMOs as niche MMOs, business model wise. Um, but
Yeah,
I
that's
don't. Go ahead.
exactly right. It's the problem you run into is with the funding. It's really hard to get funding for a niche game because when you're looking at venture capitalists or something like that, they're willing to take big bets, but they want big payoffs. And
Yeah.
so it's really difficult to get the funding you need to make an MMO that's niche. You'd almost have to find an angel investor or
Yeah.
do it out of pocket or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of bootstrapping, and I would say that it's a shame that some of the crowdfunding and stuff has gone the route that it has in the past, and
Yeah.
maybe a few turnarounds that remain true to being niche and actually deliver could rejuvenate that or rehabilitate the image. Um, because I do see, like the potential there, especially there's so much money being spent in like M&A, like if you can get the project rolling these days and show that it's small but it's profitable or whatever, there is
Yeah.
opportunity for acquisition. Let's see. Can Travis say what genre of game his project at Blizzard was? Mills asked.
No, I can't. Unfortunately, that's all secret stuff.
Yeah,
It was one
that's
I was very excited about, but I wouldn't. Um, oh yeah,
uh,
just about that whole thing. It was really funny. So at the start of the year, um, sort of this whole thing, the project was shut down like late last year, and I sort of took off like all to kind of recuperate. It was pretty traumatic. And when I came back, I was offered a bunch of different positions, and the one I stepped into was a design lead over all of Team One, which was one of those things that when you look back, look like 20 years ago, and like, oh my God, you're going to be in charge of. I was in charge of StarCraft, StarCraft 2, Diablo 2, Diablo 3, Heroes of the Storm, and War 3 after it launched. And I'm like, these are these games that I remember spending so much time with growing up, especially the Diablo franchise, like one of my absolute favorites. And now here I am, design lead over all of them. Like, this is wild.
yeah. It's I would I wonder, was it stressful? Like, did that put stress on you when you thought about it, or was it at that point you're kind of like, yeah, but I got it?
Yes and no. So each one of those has its own team, and they just didn't have a unified leadership. There's basically every one of those games has got people dedicated to them. They just didn't really have anybody that could kind of come in and help provide sort of high level design leadership and direction. And so that's what I was providing. But that's not what I love doing. I love making games, not just like sort of being a manager.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And this question seems kind of linked. Retro Gamer 5000 asks, with your vision of lead design, did you use what you learned about lead design when you're implementing when implementing in other MMOs? Is there, and then a separate question, is there anything you would go back and change about DODH? But yeah, so I'm curious how your evolution then like um, influenced your leadership, especially when you get handed all of these games.
Yeah. I mean, you're always learning and growing. So I'm sure things I did in the past have influenced the future. You're always taking lessons forward. Um, I think the biggest challenge for me moving into a lead position was just learning to sort of let go. Like as a lead, you're more valuable as a force multiplier, helping out other people than being hands on and doing things, even
Mm-hmm.
if you're the best person to do those things. And that was the biggest thing I had a problem with when I took over the lead on EverQuest with that transition of going from individual implementer to the lead is you need to teach and empower other people. And so that lesson stuck with me for a long time. And so that's probably one of the bigger things carried forward to all the other ones is just making sure that the teams you're leading, you're empowering them to do the things as opposed to trying to take it all on yourself and making sure that when I say empowering, I'm not talking about just telling people to do something and helping them. But I'm talking making sure that the team feels like they're invested into it, that they're providing, they're actually the ones creating the game, and that might mean that they go in a different direction than what you originally envisioned, and that can be a good thing. But that's a challenging thing to learn, especially when you got a really strong vision about something. Um,
Yeah. And is there anything that you would change if you could go back to Depths of Dark Hollow?
Oh, probably, but I don't remember it well enough at this point to
Cool.
speak to the specifics on it. I'm sure that with another, God, what, 50 experience, if I was to do that over, it would be done differently. Yeah.
Yeah, inevitably.
Yeah.
And then Bunny's question, which kind of ties into your next action. Very important question. What is your D&D character?
So we're playing an online game right now, which has been mostly combat. And so because it was fun, a turtle, which is like the playable giant turtle people. And I think after a ninja turtle, I named him Caravaggio because I thought it'd be a good name to go along with it.
A turtle. What has happened to D&D? I've been out of the loop for quite a while. You're playing a
Yes,
turtle.
a turtle. A giant, it's a 450-pound turtle person. They're called turtles. And I played it completely as I thought it'd be fun to do for just kind of like we're doing an online game right to pause our normal campaign because online just has different strengths than when you're playing in person. And so it was an opportunity, just pure fun.
Yeah. When you say a 450-pound turtle person, that still doesn't mean you have to be very big. Turtles are very dense.
Yes, and he does have this special ability to pull into his shell as a defensive action. And he
That
can hold
sounds
his breath
fun.
for an hour. It's kind of fun.
I can see all sorts of roleplay opportunities there.
Yeah. I of course went with the tact that he is speaks incredibly slowly. He moves incredibly slowly, but he's also a combat monk. So when things kick into high gear, he is by far the fastest person in the group. So he just flies into a frenzy during combat, but all other times slow.
That makes a lot of sense. I can picture that. I would see the conservation of energy leading to that sort of event.
Yeah.
All right. Dude, we are hitting the 10 o'clock mark here, like almost on the dot. I've got one more question in from Retro Gamer, and then I'd say, you know what? Like, let's call this one a wrap unless you've got something very specific. And then what we can see is just we'll put the VOD up and like see what questions come up. Also, see if anything comes to mind. And at some point, I also want to try to do a group or different group ones where we get a few of you together and see how that triggers some memories.
Yeah, that would be
Um,
awesome.
so, last question here, Retro Gamer 5000, with involvement in expansions in lead. Why did you guys put frog locks in? Rather, was it part of it to deal with the people farming hill giants? Huh? Let me think
I'm not
about that
sure.
one. Um, the Retro Gamer, I will let you. I'll give you an opportunity to.
Oh, and
Uh,
Wrath.
Wrath. Okay.
Uh, I have no idea. I don't think I had anything to do with Froglocks and Wrath.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
Uh, we invaded. Like we did the invasion during LOI, and then
Oh yeah, that's cool. I forgot about that.
so that part was just honestly we talked about it a little bit in the past, but the Froglock thing was I forgot who reminded me of this, but it was maybe maybe it was Akil, maybe it was Ryan, maybe anyway, it was like we can't do two different we can't do male female, so we'll just do different colorations on the same model. That'll give us male female. It was strictly logistics because LOY was like such a short turnaround expansion. It was
Yeah.
like, all right, so that'll shave time. We'll do Broken Skull Rock because we could probably do some unique stones and have that all just be an island, and so it makes sense that's together. Cool, that makes sense. We'll repaint the trolls as voodoo zombie pirate things because we can get a lot of just repaints and not have to make new models, with the exception of a couple. It was all logistics, and then we'll invade. we'll invade Grob, right? Wasn't it Grob? I always, for some reason, I
Yeah, I
keep
think so.
yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it
Did
was
they
just
actually
like,
like march across the zones too? If I remember right?
hmm,
Did they actually like march across the zones too?
yeah. I think oh, who was it? Maybe it was Akil. Somebody just reminded me that it was like David White did a script where it was just like Frogox running across and killing everything on the way
Nice.
into the city. Yeah, yeah, dude. You know what? It has been really awesome catching up with you. Like, definitely don't be a stranger. I'll follow up with you, and especially when you get to a point where maybe you guys can talk a little more. I'd love to kind of hear what's going on. Um, and yeah, I'll have to catch up with Blakely at some point. Tell those guys I say hi.
Definitely.
Um, and yeah, dude. No, I'm
Great.
excited. Yeah, likewise. And it, it's funny because, like you said, every one of these triggers a little more memories, and I got the feeling that as the puzzle comes together, I'll have some more questions for you. Um, cool. So what I'll do next is, like the other ones that you've seen, go in and I'll snip out just this 3 hour section, and I'll put it up there. And yeah, man,
Sounds great. Cool. Well, I'll
cool.
talk to you later then.
All right. Thanks,
Thanks, everyone.
Travis.
Yep. Bye.
Bye. Let me see if I can do this right this time. All right, guys. Um, right after this, I'm going to need to take a quick break, but let me stop this. Uh, Not Nils Retro, thank you so much. Um, yeah, man, it's really cool to be able to have the opportunity to talk to folks again, and it's super great to be able to do it with you guys. Uh, it's funny like having people like come in the stuff earlier. I don't know if everybody was here or not, but like when Ethan was in, it was just like, oh yeah, that was me. Like those moments. Excuse me. It's pretty irreplaceable. So yeah, it's weird. Like I always feel weird at the end because I don't want anybody to feel like I'm rushing them off. I've just like, but I'm so bad at goodbyes, and I don't know how to like set them up right. So I was like, okay, um, once we hit the hour mark, that seems like we're hitting a logical sort of cut point. Cool, we'll do that. If you guys missed any questions or anything, definitely let me know. Post them in our Discord questions area. I meant to get a better handle on that questions thing, like going through there and looking at questions before this stream. But I was busy playing Ultima 4 and trying to see if my new router was actually going to hold up for this, which it did. So after last night, sorry guys, I know it disappeared suddenly, but the router that I had set up just straight up died. Like I unplugged it, let it cool down, try to plug it back in, and it was just like red blinking lights, and it looked really sad. So fortunately, I had the you know I had another router already slated to be installed. Retro Gamer, let's see, says I understand. Actually, I'm kind of awkward too on some, but that might be because I'm autistic. Who knows? Yeah, for me, that's definitely part of what it is. Sometimes I'm really fine with it, and then sometimes I just get like really, I go sideways. But yeah, so but overall, it's a lot of fun, man. It feels really natural to be able to talk to folks and get them on here, and um, yeah. So it's helpful when you guys have questions and stuff as well. Cool. All right, everybody. What I'm going to do is Das Bell. You just missed the guest, buddy. But what up? I was just talking about routers as well. So perfect time. Maybe that's why you showed up. I was talking about routers. Sideways means when he talks about poop for an hour. The only time I've talked about poop for an hour was yesterday. And I felt like that was both necessary and context appropriate. Um, and I felt like, it was very appropriate to my role as a janitor before and to Bunny's input about janitoring. So, yeah. Trion sounds familiar, Retro. You had to look it up. Yeah, it should. They've done a number of MMOs. It's interesting. So I'm watching my CPU climb right now. I've got the feeling though it's like a Discord issue. Um, let me check some things. Let me look and see what's going on behind the scenes. Performance. Yeah, CPU getting chewed up a little bit. Surprisingly. All of a sudden. What do we got? Yeah, it's the stupid voice meter again. I'm really gonna have to redo all the audio to not use voice meter. But I'm using the new encoding or the encoding on this new video card, so that shouldn't be the case. Daspout, you got to catch up on interviews. You missed two, I think. Yeah, that wouldn't shock me. We've knocked out a few lately. Have I missed any VODs talking about MMO market niche opportunities, etc., that you just mentioned, or is that something we can maybe dig into more later, maybe with future guests who might have more thoughts on it too? Um, Not get thin FML. I tend to ramble a lot about it, so I think I've mentioned it with a few guests here and there for sure. And then I just talk about it on stream. Um, and again, on that topic, um, that could just be an area where maybe I'm a bit ignorant or mistaken or whatever. But I do think there is something to that idea of niche MMOs. And I'll be very curious to see as more and more companies are pursuing sort of ownership of the metaverse, if it doesn't create even more opportunities for niche online products because of the fact that almost everything that you'd need for the live services, for the content creation, everything else may be built into a lot of these platforms that are all chasing the same dragon. Um, so I'm sure we'll be talking about it more, but if you watch the VODs, it has come up, especially in the more recent VODs. Lockers, thank you for the follow. Welcome back. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do is I am going to take a quick break, get my pet to actually follow me. We'll go sit somewhere like over here. I'll put him on guard and then see what happens. See if anything fun happens while I'm AFK. My pet said, "Guarding with my life, oh splendid one. Why have I not been playing a pet class sooner? And is it only these specific pets that call you splendid one? Wow, this is fantastic." Um, Not get thin. Should I be calling you something different? Is there a better, because I can't call you not. We have like 5 other knots in here on any given night. I'll just call you FML. That would be easier. Geth? Oh, that's right. No, we did have this discussion. That's right, Geth. All right, so I'll try to remember that. Okay, guys. I am going to be right back. And then I'll probably start poking at Don't Listen to Mooney. Pets only call you Splendid One. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, Bunny. I know that they call everybody that, but that doesn't bother me. I'm okay. I'm I'm fine with them with all pets calling their masters that. I just want someone to call me Splendid One. So, all right, guys, I'll be right back. All right. I knew a guy that only played EQ for Bazaar. He would play for hours on his trader, just chatting and looking for deals and advertising his stuff. Oh, dude, I remember a guy that we recruited into our guild because he was so good at that that he was one of the wealthiest people on the server. He knew who had everything. Like our guild leader kept a pretty good spreadsheet about like what items were where and who had what, um, so that he could sort of watch power levels of other guilds and do like sort of recruit key talent out of other guilds to try to maintain our power level. But this guy on Seventh Hammer was called Trades Cat. Um, Yeah, he's a Vashir. He was like level 13 or 15. Eventually we got him to come out and play the game with us and like we leveled him up and stuff. But he was like in his teens, um, and one of the most connected and most powerful people in the game. Well, not in the game, on our server. Bunny said, "That's how my dad played WoW." Also, it's a funny thing about hanging out in stable and you all these hours training my herding is like every few minutes people walk in to store loads of dragons. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here telling a sheep to move around because it makes me stronger for some reason. And in P2002, there's like a guy called Green Grocer who just sells foraged stuff on a bazaar all the time and would stream like 24/7 just foraging in a bazaar or like sometimes gnome boxing. I think Green Grocer was a former P99 GM actually, but got removed from the team for calling out corruption. Interesting. Why does my light feel so bright? What happens if I turn my light off? It's nice and moody. The green screen gets goofy though. Geth FML. There we go. So much easier now. I will I will probably not mess it up as much now. Cool. I've decided I'm going to eat more on the stream. I'm actually losing too much weight from streaming. So playing EQ lately and streaming, I'm losing weight that I had put on that I actually want to keep. That's about said, yeah, that's like the dude I worked with. He was in his late 40s and would play EQ at work, probably top 10 legit, not duped plat. He knew pricing of everything and all items, had a lot of fun doing it. Dude, do you know what server he was on by any chance? I'm eating strawberries that Jasmine cut up for me last night that I never got around to eating, and one of these wonderful Swedish protein shakes that come in a bottle. I think maybe I'm just gonna switch from like streaming EverQuest to just streaming me eating food all night. It'd be healthier for me. Also, why am I sitting here? I should be sitting in Common Lands where we can watch, keep an eye on the auctions, right? And I don't have it since this was the 1 to 50 character that we did. I don't have everything set up properly, so I could set up the auction channel. Ooh, actually, I can farm the hell out of some basilisks. That would help newbies out and give me the eggs I need. So that's what we're going to be doing. Because I need eggs. Basilisk eggs are awesome. I wonder if the hatchlings have them as well. Been telling a friend of mine, known for his tremendous appetite, that he needs to make an eating stream. Guess, yeah, for sure. Somebody will watch it. There was someone on the front page earlier just eating a huge bowl of macaroni while I watch videos. See, I'm missing out. Eating macaroni sounds delicious. And follow and attack, buddy. And what do we get there? 2 basilisk eggs? Are you kidding me? Jackpot. That's 10 plat. I just saved myself 10 plat. I'm gonna be a millionaire soon. Actually, I'm gonna spend all these eggs on noodles though. Let me let me go find let me get closer to where the really lobies are that are afraid of these things, and let me do my civic duty to them while also farming the hell out of eggs. You don't recall the server? That's about. Maybe Povar Ralos. He had feuds and drama with a couple of people and would get mad and complain about certain people that would always undercut him. And he'd do things like take over a market of stuff, buy all the other traders out, and raise the price of something. Hmm. I was actually doing that on Escape from Tarkov a little bit. That was kind of fun. Geth said, have a tip menu where people can buy dishes from improved restaurants and eat them on stream. Oh, your your friend that you're trying to get to stream? That would make sense. Bunny said there's actually an app for Twitch where viewers can order food for you. Seems kind of sketchy to have that as a thing though. Tomorrow you're actually going to play the game instead and not just macro stat skills. That makes sense. Editor Sebis, you can set your stream to social eating. Social eating with a light touch of EverQuest. Honestly, the number of people watching like social eating or whatever's probably about 400 times as many as EQ. And what we could do is we could have EQ in the background. We could do eating. And then when they're like, oh, what is that? That seems cool. Then we will evangelize EverQuest for people that have never seen it before. Don't be a drug dealer. Like, oh, what is this? Oh, it's funny you ask. Get rated by large foodie streams to boost EQ. Exactly, Guess. And I think it's a viable tactic that no other EQ streamers are really doing at the moment, right? Tree snakes are fine for newbies, but boom, egg again. Look at this egg. Egg farming while we eat. But isn't there's the so tree snakes are fine for newbies. I don't want to take their experience, but I do think that the black mambas are no good for them. Mukbang EQ psyop. Exactly. Nils said, watch Zayd make a solo self-found food stream that starts with him making his own bow and ends with him taking down a deer in the Rocky Mountains 8 months from now. Don't give him ideas. The dude's run 100-mile races. I'm pretty sure I can picture him doing that. Dustbout says there's a whole weird culture called ASMR. Oh, I know about it. My kid got into it for a bit. People just zone out listening to people eat food or pop packing bubbles or something. It's kind of creepy. It is until you get into it. And then you're like, I kind of understand it. The people that cut sand. I've watched a few of those videos, and like once they start going, I'm like, oh, I get it. I understand why people are watching this. Cutting sand sounds like code for something. It's not. Brink Copeland, opening and closing EQ bag session. Is there like a is there a good like 10, 20 hour video on YouTube of just opening and closing EQ bags? If not, let's talk about a project. Jasmine, what do you got? That's a colorful box of ice cream. Raspberry salty licorice protein ice cream. NSA trigger word. You're level 4. Have you been playing in the background or? Because I had the earbuds on. I couldn't hear anything if you said anything. Mm. Oh, nice. I'm really worried that the sound from the headphones is going to come through on the mic on the VOD, but I guess we'll see. Fart Scream. No, the protein ice cream is not Fart Scream. That was the what low sugar popcorn ice cream. Yeah, so this is protein ice cream. In Sweden, they have protein in everything.
By raspberry salted licorice then.
No, this sounds disgusting. Yeah, I like both of them. So Geth says, I've hopped back in as well on Airdoon. Congratulations. Welcome. You got a little level 4 mage yourself. Where are you at? Around here? Are you a gnome? Are you... Bunny, I don't think it was audible the last time it happened either, but only on the VOD. So we'll see. Hopefully it didn't appear. That'd be nice. I got, yep, I did get FML slash Geth. Um, oop. What is this? Oh, my keyboard switched to the switch languages. I just got this wonderful robe. Is this one of you folks or is it someone else? What is this robe? Robe of the Elements. Intelligence 4. I'm so much smarter now. Oh, look how pretty I am. Very handsome. Oh, it's you? Editor Sebas. The toxic few. Well, apparently you're not toxic at all. You're very kind. Thank you. No, thank you. I don't even want to try it. Thank you. It says salty licorice and raspberry and ice cream. I think I'm good without that. Mm-hmm. Oh, look, I'm putting on sweatpants. I was wearing shorts before. Funny, to be honest with you, but we'll see if I warm up now. Oh, wow, yeah. I mean, it got chilly in here, guys. Excuse me. If you actually, I just ate that stuff, so I can't picture eating a sandwich right now. Like calorie wise, I can imagine eating it, but is in terms of just sitting on my stomach, nah, I'm good. Calorie wise, I should. I was just telling folks in chat about the fact that I'm losing too much weight while streaming. So we were discussing maybe turning this into an eating stream. Yeah, a little mukbang, EQ mukbang. And so we had the idea of if we can get some good coverage in the eating section of Twitch, I could have EQ playing in the background, and then be like, when people ask, like, "Oh, what's this?" I could be like, "Oh, it's EverQuest. You should come on the AirDune server and try it out." Did my headphones turn off again? Is that what's going on? Or did I turn the volume down so far on the oh, they did turn off. There we go. Now I can hear the crickets. So are you in game still, Jasmine?
No.
Okay. Um in theory, I can put a really great damage shield on you if I go and buy the damage shield. It's pretty late for you. That's true. It is 10:30. So, uh, you studied Russian as well? That's awesome. Yeah. Um, wow, level 50 mage. Way to go. Thank you, XR Monkey. This is the level 50 from the night that we did or the day that we did the 1 to 50 grind. So I was one of 4 mages. And then Keebs, who just commented right here, welcome to Fine Dining with Sean and EverQuest. That would be a nice opening. He was the cleric, and so yeah, this is the end result, a naked mage. That's about. You didn't even mention that you were eating. All the pro eating streamers are mocking you now. My guess is it was cereal, Chex Mix cereal. Oh, what I was eating. I did mention what I was eating. I said I was eating strawberries that Jasmine cut for me yesterday, and I failed to eat them yesterday. And then it was covered in a wonderful vanilla protein shake, one of these Swedish protein shakes. So there. Yeah, I've got to clean up these basilisks and black mambas for folks here because they're a pain. And also, I want their eggs. You got killed 2 times. Was it by a basilisk? Yeah. They seem like they'd be social. Boom, basilisk egg, guys. That's 5 plat right there. I just saved myself. Freaking socials. Um, Us Northern European folks love a bit of licorice. Nils, that is an understatement. I have a licorice store right near my apartment. There's like an entire store dedicated to licorice. Some of it's really fantastic. Some of it is really wretched. The salty licorice. Oh no, they say they have more than that. I thought it was like 5,000 different products, licorice products. Um, Managed to grind out your mount money in war these last 3 hours. Spent like 4 hours today learning about fruitarians. The only fruit. It's kind of silly. Steve Jobs, I thought, was doing that right before he died as well. He was only eating apples, I think. Doesn't seem like the healthiest move. Fruitarians seem to stem mostly from raw food diets and how barely any vegetables taste good raw. Some folks think that eating a vegetable is ethically wrong as well, since it kills the plant. Yeah, those are interesting people. Um, Once you get enough billions of people, you definitely can find a nice subsection of interesting thought on about any topic. Yeah, if it like falls off the plant and doesn't kill the plant, they'll eat it. Mm. Yeah, so Jasmine was just saying that their philosophy is if it doesn't kill the plant, then they'll eat it. So like an apple falls off a tree, whereas a corn is the plant, I guess. So it's much better for I guess the corn just to perish and rot than to eat it. Like I said, interesting people. Clearly, a mushroom diet is the way to go for them. Yes, mycelium for days. Is Wait a second. No, is that the underground network? What is it? Yeah, so the underground, like it can be like a kilometer or 3 kilometers long of just like a underground invisible mycelium network. Hmm. Which, if you later on when we get to Luckland and you go to Fungus Grove, you'll understand how funny the idea of the penis of a mushroom actually is. Um, why is it taking more than one hit for my pet to kill that? All right, we need to burn out you. Um, Acno, what's going on? Ziggies and waves back. The penis of a mushroom is human shaped. I just heard Jasmine. Like, there's an actual spitting sound behind me, so I don't know what may have just happened there. So she took a drink, well timed. Um, you know what, Neriak is. Where's the parcel person in Neriak? Are they just in Foreign Gate? Do I have to go far in? Because if I've got to go far in, I'm just gonna run over to the parcel in Commonlands. Let me see. I guess Atlas. It's near the bank. All right, so let's look here. Um, Neriak Foreign Quarter. Bank is in Commons Underground. You know what? It just sounds like a pain in the ass. So what I'm going to do instead is just run over to Common Lands. I've got a nice Spirit of the Wolf. Thank you very much for that. And for the robe again. Really? Huh, weird. You do miss the old EC West Sea in Old Freeport? Yeah, so I was looking at the P99 wiki where someone had done some paint overs, a re envisioning of Freeport. And man, I really love the way it looks, but it was also a reminder of what old West Freeport looked like. I It does have a bit of character and definitely has a place in my heart. So, how are your Saturdays? What's going on? It's Saturday. How are you guys doing? Is your weather good? Weather kind of sucks in Sweden at the moment. You'll sometimes reuse the name Slate or Kizdine in D&D games when I have an NPC that needs to be flogged. You're power leveling an enchanter. Enchanter is having an amazing day. Bunny's going to bed soon. Weather in Iceland never really that great. Um, I, we've been talking about I need to visit Iceland. It looks beautiful there. Acno, it's hot and humid in Missouri. Um, Zania, I'm listening to you. AFK camping a single spawn for XP and packing for a camping trek tomorrow. Ooh, where are you going camping? We were just talking today. Have I really never been to the Common Lands with this character? Really? Level 50 and I haven't been to the Common Lands. How the hell did we pull that off that night? It was a blur. It's 4 degrees here. I hate it. Yeah, that's right. We just got teleported. And honestly, yeah, you're right. I didn't even origin, right? Like until the end. Because Zayd and other people were running and grabbing supplies for us. You went 25 minutes south for a short hike along the Mississippi with your dog. That sounds pretty fantastic. Missing Common Lands until 50 sounds like an achievement. Yeah. Uh, I wish it would have unlocked for me. I went from Neck to Lava Storm to Soul, then TP to Tox, the hole, then back to Lava Storm, back to the hole, then teleported to South Row. Went to Freeport, no OT. You're right. That was it. That was the progression. Zazania, it's a park near Canyon Lake here in Texas. Kind of a practice run with a camper trailer for future trips. Supposed to be 103. Man, yeah, I missed that Texas heat. That was something special. I don't know if you realize I was in Austin for 9 years. I really liked it there. I liked the heat. I still have my newbie note I can turn in, I guess. That's cool. I've got a couple experience potions. Can I put those in the shared bank? I've got 10 baseless eggs. And that's fantastic. That's like 10 baseless eggs. It's at least what, like 100 noodles? I heard you mention Austin earlier. I'm from there, live between there and San Antonio now. Yeah, when I was shooting photos of MMA fights, uh, when I lived there, it's just kind of a hobby. I'd pop up to San Antonio a good bit. I don't think I went there for anything else, to be honest, just to watch fights. Most of the fights would happen at Cowboys. There's a place called Cowboys, um, like Cowboys Dance Hall, I think. Huge club. It sounds silly, but it was massive, and they would have fights there at the same time as a giant rodeo, at the same time as a giant like pretty legendary place. Oh, is it? I didn't realize. I just thought it was super cool. We would they would have the fights there, so I'd go check that out. It was badass. After the fights one night, I watched UFC's on an hour. Who's fighting? Anybody special? One of the um, one of the women that trains in my gym um, is she had a fight end of last year. I didn't think it was the beginning of the year. She fights in the UFC. The gym right near the apartment here is All Stars Gym, so it's where um, Alex, dude, Gustafson. Why am I spacing? Gustafson trains there along with uh, Mad Dog Reza and Ilir Latifi. My trainer, like the guy who I was working with for strength and conditioning, he had one fight, but he was mainly fighting in like Bellator and stuff. Super rad guy. Uh, so his name is Sirwan. Yeah, so it's a great gym. It's really cool. Rose is fighting. Man, I've always been a fan of Rose ever since the early Invicta days. One of my training partners at the gym in Texas was ranked number three in women's MMA at the um, 145 weight class. And she was one of the first, I think, one of the first female fighters I ever trained with. And man, tough. She's a firefighter in Austin. Um, the first time fight. Oh, it's the one on the island in Abu Dhabi. Masvidal. That'll be interesting. Holloway's always good. Interesting. Sounds pretty cool. But yeah, I've loved Rose ever since I saw her like actually land a flying armbar in Invicta. I was sold. I think it was her Invicta fight. By the way, any more discussion on Piflet? Thank you for resubbing. Um, it's good to have you here still. Appreciate it so much. Um, Rose is just such a rad person, so talented. Have I ever heard of footgear? Footgear is like the only martial art or footgar you're interested in. Only taught. I've never heard of it, to be honest with you. I'll be honest. I've been pretty slack at training at All Stars, especially since the COVID thing. I haven't been there since COVID popped off. To be honest, right after it was starting to pop off is when I got sick, and my trainer and I were just like, "Hey, man, let's just chill for a while and see what happens." Um, but I've only rolled there a few times, and I've only done like boxing with him. Like I haven't actually participated in any of the classes and stuff there. But it's kind of cool being there and training and like just doing strength and conditioning, and then having like Gustafson and the other folks just like right there in this small gym with you, like training. So it's pretty cool. Excuse me, Footgar is a Buddhist style involving punches mostly. Cool. I'm going to farm a couple more of these eggs for my gnome. More discussion on red. Any plans on races, class makeup so we can maximize effectiveness, or does that matter to anyone? Just checking before I start a tune, Brent asked. I still think it's a worthwhile thing. Um, I haven't made any formal plans on it yet. Nil said Ilir Latifi is like a tree trunk. Dude's torso is jacked. So he's a good bit shorter than I am. And like twice as wide. The first time I saw him, I was like, oh man, that's a bit intimidating. Gustafson is taller than I am and heavier as well. He's definitely a specimen. Gnome is very tasty, egg battered and deep fried. No, Tim. That is incorrect. Gnome always tastes like copper. Bunny is making a bard. All right, so that's covered. I'll probably make a warrior. I think. Is that a bad move? Warrior? I mean, my main back in the day was a warrior. I'm trying to think. It might, but it is a red server, so I mean, we'll need a warrior for groups, but another group rush? No, we were just thinking about maybe putting aside a day here and there to play P99 red at some point. Very gear dependent, yes, buddy, but for whatever reason, I liked the gear chase on a warrior. Whole server, all rogues. Oh, what do the colors mean again? Acno asks. Red is the PvP server. Have you seen that photo that gets posted on MMA forums of Alir all the time where he's sitting on a horse? Looks like the cover of a romance novel. No, I don't know that I've seen it. Having seen the dude in real life, I don't know that. Yeah, I can't picture a romance novel. We went to some local fights here. It was a lot of fun. The guys from All Stars naturally were, had fighters in. I think it's still like amateur, maybe a couple of local pro fights. But it was kind of cool seeing my strength coach also cornering people. Was really, really cool. He's such a nice guy. Have I seen Romero or Paulo Costa in the flesh? I don't believe so. And if I did, I just didn't recognize him. I do have on my Instagram a picture of me with, since why not just drop some names now since we're talking MMA? I guess I can change the bot to quit announcing Travis since he's been here now. Timers, and we'll turn off the guest minder. There we go. I've got a picture on Instagram of me with Cyborg, and you can get a feel for her size based on me standing next to her. I'm 6'2", and at the time I was probably 100 and if I was training a lot, maybe 175, 180. And it's partially angled, but just partially she is really intimidating looking in real life, so she looks bigger. She just looks big relative to me. Like Nils, she is so nice. Oh, sorry, it was Geth. Nils was extrapolated Gabby Garcia's size by seeing her next to Cyborg. Yeah, no, Gabby's got to be just huge. Um, Cyborg was the nicest person. Oh my God, she was so cool. And it's funny, then we went, because this was in Austin, then we all went out to lunch. And we went out to this like steakhouse to grab lunch, and there were people that kind of looked at her, and she's just like super yoked, like blue jean jacket or whatever. Takes her shirt off, she's just got crazy muscles. And the people in the restaurant were kind of like, it was like they were trying to figure out who she was. It was on the tip of their tongue. Um, but yeah, she was such a nice person. She did a great like I keep thinking it's not a demo, right? Like what do they call it when you have fighters come in? Why can't I think of English terms anymore? It would have been a demo of his skateboarding seminar. So she did a great seminar for folks at that gym, and then she did a women's like seminar as well, if I remember. But the like her sparring with people at the gym was amazing because she's so damn fast and controlled that she could throw like a head kick and just kind of give you a little pat and not even like not hurt you, but just let you know that had she wanted to, she would have kicked your head off. Um, Met Conor McGregor in a Gucci store in Las Vegas. Super sweet guy, very cool to talk to. More than okay with a picture with him. That's badass, Danny. Yeah, like the people I met in the fight scene in Texas were all super nice, and the folks here are pretty cool. Some of them a little bit of a language barrier, but like a dude I train with is the nicest dude in the world. He's like one of the few people I know outside of work here. Um, he's actually I would say he's like my uh, one of the few friends I have here. Really, wouldn't you say, Jasmine? Like, um, it just so happens that we met through Fight Gym, which seems to be the case. Like most of the people I knew that weren't work people in Texas were all from the fight community. Um, who else? Oh, I've got a picture of Hoist Gracie choking me. Got a couple pictures of Hoist Gracie choking me on Facebook at least. I've got a really awkward looking face at the time, mainly because I was like, holy shit, Hoist Gracie's choking me. Um, so that was pretty cool. And yeah, picture of him like signing my belt or whatever. Um, Hoist and Holes and all of those dudes would come by the gym when they were passing through Texas pretty regularly. So that was a cool privilege. Danny said, I know you've done your share of training. I have as well. So you understand how humble sparring and training can make you? Exactly. That's why a lot of professional MMA fighters are very poison. Exactly. That was the thing, man. That spazzy blue or that spazzy white belt that just came to the gym for the first time. Those guys often weren't humble at first. And then there's something about like being choked lifeless by a 120-pound 15-year-old girl that puts the ego in check. Um, Voices something else. Yeah, he's a really interesting dude. His seminars were pretty cool, pretty intense. And then some of his like direct. Oops, are these guys gonna attack me? So his direct black belts work in like law enforcement and other stuff in Texas. So we'd have some seminars with those guys as well. Danny said, "Bro, I got my ass handed to me by a 16-year-old girl sparring in kickboxing. She was a 3 times IKF champ." Yeah, that's the thing. You never know, man. Like, so we'd go out to watch fights all the time at like the sports bar in Austin, And we were one of several gyms. It wasn't like we were the only gym, but we would be there at a table, sitting there like having drinks and watching the fights at a sports bar that's like packed. It's a couple hundred people. Everybody's getting a little wild or whatever. And the table, if you looked at our table, it would always be like between 10 and 20 people from the gym. And the so many just nerdy looking random dudes that came straight from their like IT jobs or whatever, and it was like just a table of killers. we had we had a couple fights break out over the years while we were at sports bars watching the fights, and both times they got resolved so quickly. One time, our coach just disappears out of the blue. We're watching, and all of a sudden we look, and Sean's gone. We look up, and he's got some guy in a rear naked choke, carrying him out of the bar with the bouncers right behind him. And Sean's not a very big guy. Um, Another time, one of our bigger like beefy black belts had a guy get into it with him, and it was just funny. It was so quick to be resolved in a semi peaceful manner. Geth said, so true. We worked it out once in 2004 that our Shadowrun D&D group had over 50 years combined martial arts training between us, and not one of us looked like part of a fighter. Yeah. There's Jocko Willick is on Joe Rogan a couple years back talking about jujitsu dudes, because Jocko's this big Navy SEAL. If you don't know him, like just dude looks like a straight up gorilla. Um, a good writer. If you're into business or leadership books, he's got a couple good ones. Extreme Ownership is really good. He's got a couple books. Yeah, Jocko's a terrifying dude. And when Jocko talks about how quickly he was humbled when he started learning jujitsu, and he's just like, dude, these guys look like nerds. They're nerd assassins. And it's such a funny quote, such a funny moment on there. Did I miss some black mambas? Yeah, these things are awful for newbies, so I'm gonna just keep clearing them out. Maybe I'll get some eggs out of the deal. There's so many of them because they're all on the same. They're on the same encounter table with a lot of the other stuff that's here, so they just build up, I guess. T- yeah, Mamba build up. But it's funny. Toya, my old training partner, she's got a fight coming up actually. Um, she's fighting again. It's cool. She is Black Mamba. What What's your feeling on educating people differences between boxing, UF, and real fights? Uh, I'm not placing UF. Um, a popular military quote is, the guy most likely to win in hand-to-hand combat or a fight is the one whose buddy comes along with a gun. Skill and talent of people who train is amazing, but I've seen a lot of kids who mistake like, oh, ultimate fighting for real world. So here are my thoughts on it, and I think Jocko and a few other people say it really well. um, I could have sworn, let me see if I get the order right. The best martial art to know is gun ownership. The second best martial art to know is running, and it may be reversed. It could be get the hell out of an encounter, get out of danger more than anything, like just get out of there. um, So people like Jocko, I've heard say like the best fight to get into is not getting into a fight. Um, and it's like, so I don't box at all, not even an EQ. Nice one. Um, if they have a knife, just run for sure. I mean, and here's one of the like things I can admit to. I have like really, really bad social anxiety a lot of times. It's weird. I'm okay at work most times because I'm kind of like just playing a character. But if I've got to go out or whatever, I get real uncomfortable. So I drink. And like the times when I've sort of broken that rule and like people are acting stupid, I act stupid back has been because of alcohol. So that's one of those ones I've tried to be very observant of and be careful of. Those are a few times where I'm like, all right, well, we can do this kind of thing, right? And it's such a bad idea. Um, let's see. There've only been two occasions where I've actually, no, actually, sorry, three occasions in recent memory where um, I've just gone ahead and engaged instead of just kind of like whatever, this person's idiot and sort of backing out. And the thing that it was one time it was where I lived in Texas. I lived in a really sort of upscale apartment complex slash mall in Austin, and there was a guy that I had observed. My ex and I were walking our dogs. We walked them every night, and so we knew the area very well. We knew all the security guards very well, and there was a really big guy who was very drunk, like giant businessman. And I noticed that he was like pushing his buddy in front of cars and screaming and just being sort of playful and out of control. And the two security guards that were going up there to look into it, like I walked back with the dogs and was like, "Hey guys, you need to call more security, and I don't believe that you're going to be able to handle him because it was a really small woman that worked there and a woman that was in not very good shape physically, the two security guards. And so I was just like, if you want, I can stand about half a block back and keep an eye out until security gets here while you deal with it. And so they were like, okay, yeah, we'd appreciate that. So I did, handed off the dogs or whatever. The dude immediately blew through them, and because he saw me watching them, blew through them and came at me. He swung once, and in trying to get out of the way, my glasses got a little blah, so I just took them and tossed them. And when he went to swing the second time, I ducked under, got him, choked him out, put him against the wall until the rest of the security got there, and that was that. The He was super inebriated out of it, right? The police were not happy that I did that. They eventually like came down to like I was watching from my balcony. We went back once security had it, and the police asked security if they knew who I was. They wouldn't. They weren't going to tell, and so eventually security came down. It's like, "Do you want to talk to the cops?" I was like, "I'll do it, whatever." So I had to talk to the cops about it. But end of the day, no big deal. The other time was a drunk coworker actually decided because he knew I trained that then he was a bigger guy, artist. He wanted to try his luck, and the first time he tackled me, I just got out from under him. It was fine. Tackled me again and exploded my nose. Um, and so I'm bleeding. This is like a party we're having at my house. I'm bleeding all over the carpet and stuff. So my ex at the time, like, or she wasn't an ex at the time, but my um, girlfriend at the time, like looked up and I kind of looked at her and she was like, "Nah, go ahead." And so this was the first drunk person I'd ever like wrestled. So um, he got, he kind of took me down because he was drunk, and I was like, "Oh, I don't want to do this." And I got out from under him and I armbarred him. And I realized at the very moment that I was armbarring him that you should not armbar drunk coworkers because if they're drunk, they're not going to tap. So this poor dude, afterwards, it ended right after that. His girlfriend took him home, and his arm did not work well for like a while, and I felt really bad about that every time I saw him at work. But I guess he learned. And then the only other one where was we were in Hamburg a couple years ago at the big Harbor Fest, and four skinny, little punk rock kids were stomping the crap out of this older drunk guy that had tumbled down the stairs. And so I immediately like just turned and snatched one up by the neck. Again, just normal RNC, a lot of control. Wasn't going to injure them or hold the choke or anything like that. I can feel if someone's getting a little weak once it's applied. It's funny. He immediately started tapping. And I was just like, hey guys, don't do that. And they were like, well, but he's a Nazi. I'm like, but you can't stomp him to death. Like, I'm sorry. And so they broke up right after that. Everything, the guy could get out of there. Those are the ones where I was just like in control, felt like that was the right decision to make. The rest of the time, honestly, yeah, I agree. You should just avoid, because in any one of those, it could have gotten bad. But I would say that I'm much more comfortable if I've got to do that, and it's only one person or a situation where I feel like I got some control. I'd rather do that with jujitsu than throw a punch. Like, I knew a guy through one of my exes who got in a fight, punched a guy, knocked him out. The guy fell back, hit his head on a stair, and died. And yeah, I think he spent some time in jail for manslaughter. Hey Ryan, it's story time. So yeah, so I'm really happy that I learned jujitsu for a number of reasons, like just self confidence and health and better situational awareness and all that. But I would also say in the situation that you do have to engage somebody with something like that, it's nice to have been in tough situations, know when you're safe, when you're not safe. And also it's really good to know that you can forcibly restrain somebody without putting their lives in jeopardy. So Ryan probably has shield of songs for a few hours AFK till someone wanted to strangle him, but I don't see him beating folks up. He's too nice. Um, Get says, I've got plus 10 in bluff. I've managed to talk down countless negative encounters. My training is mainly in striking, so I'd sooner not have to engage it. Yeah, absolutely. I'd rather talk it out. Spout says, my first real world fight, I had just come to America in a new school and been doing martial arts about 5 years. Kept thinking the entire fight was this guy is so small he could really hurt him. I don't want to hurt this person, so I just kept blocking and moving away. And had a failed grapple where he got out of his shirt, or got out of his shirt. Oh, took his shirt off, and he was just like, yeah, I was afraid, just completely confused on why this kid was trying to fight me when I was twice his size. Yeah, sometimes people just aren't having a good day or something. They're not normal. I did. I will admit to on the bluffing thing. I was able to avoid a fight at a random concert at Stubbs in Austin because the guy kept being extremely like uh, he was pushing people and being antagonistic and splashing beer on them and stuff like that. And I was just like, oh. And the guy that I was with was one of our art directors who eventually moved to Bethesda. And that guy is nicest dude in the world, but he's like gnarly kung fu dude. And so I just looked at the dude's friends and I was like, hey, this guy's with you, right? And they're kind of like, yeah. I'm like, if you do not control this dude, the first person I'm going to punch is you. And they're like, what? And we're not doing anything. I was like, I don't care. Get your friend in order. You're getting hit first. And so they grabbed him and took him away. I was like, okay, that worked. Good thing we didn't have to punch anybody. But it was like the tactic was find the most sober person in the group and then threaten that person so that maybe they would actually do something to get it fixed. UO update, you have 60 strength now, and you can tell cows to move. You cannot, however, evaluate a cow's intelligence. Well, because you're just strong, you're not smart. Get said, I had almost an identical thing happen when I was 17 to Dasmal, except he managed to catch me in the temple, and I literally saw red blacked out. Came together on top of him with my arm mechanically pissing him in the face. Was horrified. Seriously, trolled me for years. Yeah, it is traumatic. Ugh. Especially if you're not someone that's like, you know, that wants to behave that way. Or Neil said, really enjoyed the food at Stubbs when I was in Austin, gotta say. There we go. Yeah, let's get on a more positive note. Food. Yeah, food in Austin in general is good, especially if you love barbecue. Bunny says, so I guess my ultimate character is currently tapping the ground trying to get a cow to move while trying to study the mental capabilities of its cow. You're starting to sell me on the game a little bit, but I've got important things to do like farm eggs from snakes and basilisks. Nils went to Lockhart or something like that. Next town over from Austin had really good barbecue as well. Yeah, it's the whole area is fantastic. That's about. I played UO a little bit when I was on the EQ team, but I can't remember what it was. I really couldn't get into it as much. It sounds like I'd get into it more these days if it wasn't for the PvP part of it. And also sort of the lack of available spare time aside from, you know, all the time that I'm spending here. That was what I ran into, I think, was that had I picked UO before EQ, who knows? But after playing EQ, it's just, I couldn't go back to it. Danny Bombino, I heard about the New World pushback. We raided Bobby last night, and like right when I was sitting there getting ready for bed, he mentioned it, and I was just like, oh, crazy. Or no, actually, did someone mention it? Someone mentioned it in here before we raided them. Wasn't that the case? Because I thought I went on the ramble about Amazon. And the game that they just pulled back out of release after spending $150 million. Yeah, I think it was in here because then we were talking about I'm hoping Smed and those guys are all good. I'm assuming they are. It's just I always get nervous if you're at the whims of a big company where you're only one of many verticals. You missed an Amazon ramble? Yeah, Ryan. And I can quickly recover it here. It wasn't that crazy. Acno said, I made a delicious ham and egg cheese sandwich after our hike. Now I'm sitting here with a beer. That sounds fantastic. I may have to eat again after all this food talk. Jasmine would approves. Oh yeah, that was delicious. Bunny's playing UO on a private server. You just pre-ordered right before the announcement, Brent? Oops. Amazon's truly an insane, impressive company. My friends that work there either hate it or keep bugging me to come work with them. Um, I would say that, based on what Travis was saying earlier, I'm sure there's a big difference between Amazon and Amazon Game Studios individually. I couldn't imagine doing well personally in Amazon environment, um, but if there was a game studio that was just kind of like a normal game studio, maybe I'd do okay there. Let's see. Danny says, this is just hearsay, but a former guildmate of mine is an engineer with Amazon. I asked him about the new world 3 weeks ago, and he basically told me all the flaws and how he knew it wasn't going to be good. I guess I'm not surprised, but at least they're trying. So the game that I was talking about, Ryan, is that other one. Let me see. I'll just Google real quick. Amazon game battle or studio battle royale. Crucible. So it sounds like Crucible came out and got pulled back into beta. And I was listening to Deconstructor of Fun podcast, and they were talking some analysis on it. It sounds like 150 million was spent on that game. And I just think once you start spending that kind of money on games, especially if that money's coming from a big company like that, like the expectations are going to be brutal on performance. And if they're not willing to put a game out and let it sit, sit at a negative for a while and slowly build over time and kind of figure out its mojo or whatever, then I don't, I don't see the company putting up with it. It's like, all right, come out, be a big success. And if not, then we're going to kill it. At least that's my belief. And if that happens a few times, then I'd be curious to see what the mothership company's overall policy is towards gaming longer term. Acno fried the egg and then the ham just a little bit. Oh my god, it sounds delicious. Tim says, so as some grandmaster level drunks, I'm not a drinker, don't much like hops, taste, or heavy alcohol. Okay with rum daiquiris. Heard meat is good to try. Opinions? Um, it's good to try, is my opinion. It's kind of depends on are they all just honey mead, I guess. Anyways, I could have sworn that I tried it and a couple times, and the times I liked it was after I'd already had some other drinks first. It's social thing folks hate when you don't have something in your hand. I actually I went for a couple years when I first started training without drinking at all. Plus, I was on like a ton of anxiety medicine at the time, which turned into a whole nother crazy bad story. But I learned a good bit during that period. One of the things I learned was just because American doctors prescribe you stuff does not mean you should be taking it. Um, so, but yeah, but the one thing that was good during that period was I didn't drink for like 2 years basically. And it was weird going to parties not drinking because everybody's like, "Oh, you don't drink?" I was like, "Oh no, I'm just trying to be healthy." But it is nice to have a prop, a beer prop, or some sort of prop in your hand. Meat is always made from honey. Okay, that's what I thought. Wow. Zania takes a swig of honey mead. Ah, that was refreshing. My gnome has been drinking short beer. Is that in Karana, Ryan? There's good non-alcoholic beers on the market in some places now. Shockingly enough, I'm happy to do that for you. If you're being serious, Ryan. I just need to get a teleport. I can hit common lands. Ooh, I gotta get up in time to pop on the EverQuest and do potentially, if Keebs, if you're still here, but potentially do hate tomorrow. Let me see if I can get let me see if I can get a quick port over there. Ryan, I'd be happy to help you. Oh, Bunny, just saw the link. Thank you. I'll check it out. Danny said, over halfway through with my Ranger Epic. Started yesterday. Actually surprised with how much running around there is. Much easier with Origin now. Origin and gate combos, super helpful. Are you familiar from the industry with Gordon Walton, Sean? Interesting story there. I think on the Crowfall forums about how Tramiel became a thing and how blue servers as a concept got their first implementation in MMO gaming. Oh, so I'm not familiar with the. I haven't checked out the Crowfall forums, but I do know Gordon. Gordon's actually one of the factors in me becoming a producer. He and I would chat every once in a while when I was in Austin, and I was a designer at the time, and I asked him if based on what he knew about me and my background, etc., if he felt like I would be an okay producer, because I respected his opinion on production. And yeah, we talked for a little bit, and he, he did. He thought it made sense, so yeah, I went ahead with it. And also, I actually have it's a fairly quick interview. I did a web series years ago, and one of the people I interviewed was Gordon. Blue server was his love child. How to deal with toxicity in UO. That makes sense. Gordon's a very smart guy. He's been doing this forever. Bunny can now discern the intelligence of cows. They're extraordinarily intelligent. Unfortunately, they're also delicious. No, that's what I said. Okay, Bunny. Sleep good. I'm probably not that far behind you. Probably gonna run over, see if I'm able to help Ryan, and then at some point head to bed as well. So let's see. Guess we hit that one. That's about my favorite mechanic from UO was runestones. Being able to gate to some place you've been before and keeping an inventory full of that. Or being able to put a rune down and let other people get to that location, portals, offerings, etc. It's an amazing mechanic I've never seen in another game. Interesting. I guess I could kite this thing for 20 minutes too. Yeah, I guess you could. So do you want me to come or not? I'm more than happy to get a port. I'm here. Ooh, chrono for 2,900, huh? Price is going up again? Where's Guess? The theme. There's a Gathene that was just poking me. All right, so what do I need? Let me find points, Ocean of Tears, Nectilos. Okay, let me bind. Ankle biter get to 50? Nah, man. That router went out. The old router went out last night. And so I figured it was you, Guess. I was pretty much, I put on the second router that I had, just pop back in and tell people, oh, okay, that's what happened. And then this morning I hooked up the new router. So he's 53% into 50 or 49, and just didn't have, just wasn't gonna finish it today. We'll do it soon. Maybe I'll get it tomorrow while I'm raiding on them. I'm using my guest router now. No, I'm using my new router. That may have been some sort of joke, but I don't get it. Is Wi-Fi working better for Jasmine with the new router? Oh, I haven't asked. Jasmine? So it sounds like it's better. Oops. I may have just died. I did not invis. I'm pretty sure I don't have Sow on either. Well, let's see. They can't kill me? I'm still getting used to that concept. Well, she's red to me. Alright, so I'm in North Karana. And you're in East? Oh, is she KOS? Good point. Alright, I'm too far away now. I'm gonna run while I got this Sow up. On the water line near the Druid Ring. In North Karana or East Karana? Yeah, Tim, I'd strafe run. Oh, you're in EK waterline near Druid Ring. Alright, guys, all for now. Gonna get set up to watch UFC. Great stream as always, Sean. See you soon. Thank you very much. I'm glad you popped in. It was fun talking UFC with you as well. Shoot me a group invite, Ryan. I'm in East Corona now. I see Brune's corpse. Oh, wow. You're very handsome. Oh, wait, that's not you. No, you're ugly. This Necro just killed it for you? Well, I'm glad you got it. That Necro sucks too? Who is that Necro? Is that Necro you? Or do they really suck? You've met the guy? He's an a-hole. Most definitely not you. I'm confused as well. I don't deal well with sarcasm. Only delivering, not receiving. Ryan, do you have enough power to invite me to the guild? I think I changed the settings the other day to ensure that someone could invite somebody else. Could you invite me to the guild? It's you. You don't know which character to play, so you're running around doing whatever. Right on. That makes sense. I should go camp with Evil Eye Bag. I swear I've camped that for 300 plus tunes at this point. Easy Camp lets you stroll into El Gug for nostalgia. Invite me again. I missed it. Oh, Dustbout. It's crazy. Anybody in the guild can do it at the moment. So the guild may spread like the Rona, unfortunately. Worst case, Refire Right Hand is available as a guild. I have a lot of trust in Right Hand. Awesome. Thank you. All right. Well, so you don't need me after all. You've got a Necro. All right. Let me look at my spellbook. Look how empty this spellbook is for a level 50. Is there any auto sorting command in the spellbook, or do you have to do it all manually? I thought at one point we had different sorting commands. Weird. Why did I think that was a thing? Just right click the items, they're sorting there. Yeah. Spellbooks must be painstakingly and meticulously organized by color. At a minimum. You can save your slots to quickly change spells away with the need, I think. Yeah, I mean, I can do it over here, but I like the aesthetic. You think that's a wrong rune, so we got to kill something else? Well, you've got a pretty good little kill team now. Brune is up by the HH path. Let me know if we're moving. I've been wanting to kill something with this guy. Ooh, that's true. I could also probably get some ancient cyclopses. Tim, that predates me, so I do not know. Nope. I was bound there. I'm not bound there anymore. I would just have to run back over there. All right, Ryan, you point and I will shoot. I mean, plus you have a necro, so I want to see it. I mean, if it's there, then I'll be happy to kill it. If it's not there, then there he is. Where did he go? Yeah, dude, you see him just warp out of the way? He saw us coming and just straight up Homer Simpsoned into the wall. Ryan, you can invite Acno. Are we going the right way? Where is my pet? There he is. All right. So if we say pet attack, where does he go? Do I actually need LS? Your track is not good enough. I was about to ask. So the what's his face? Oh man, I'm trying to think of which cleric quest has a dude out here. Oops. I forgot that I retargeted. Grimrot, that's right. Is that doable by my mage? And does that even help? I'm back at the water now. Okay. Oops, Sir Morgan. There he is. That's true. I was just trying to think of a. Oh, did I do that? Um. Yeah, Nils, and I just got the Paw of Apollo, so it's not a massive upgrade. I was just looking for some quests I could do with him. Pokem42, I heard you were talking about the old days when you were a dev. Which stream was that? I'd love to watch it. Here, if you haven't seen this, there's a collection of them. We've got about 20 hours across 8 guests, I think. We get into it. I'm going to add another 3-hour VOD probably tomorrow from tonight's guest session with Travis. What would you call the graphics style of EQ? Vector or voxel? You don't know what it's called? Bitmappy? Vector graphics would be dynamically scalable, right? Voxel would be made of smaller components, I think. Blocky, like EQ Next or whatever. Whereas this is all, has it been rasterized? Poken42, thank you for the follow. Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, I'm slowly, like, I just faded out. Sorry about that. Should do guest sessions based on corpses in Tech B. They all added themselves as corpses in zone, make a collection. I have to get a list then. So, Dustspout, if I was mumbling too low, I could have sworn vector graphics were scalable, like Illustrator does vectorized work. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Voxel would be made of small subcomponents or blocks or whatever, like EQ Next. And I could have sworn that if you rasterize a vector graphic, then you get bitmaps and things of that nature. That could be messing the terms up. I think it includes the ability to do alpha and transparency, but I didn't think that was exclusively what it meant. I'd have to Google. Ryan, you still didn't get your component? My gnome has a better jump. It might be the wrong camp. Okay, I tell you what. Gnerd, if you're going to be on to help Ryan now, I might call it a night because it is midnight. And then let me know what you need, and I'll be happy to help out. But I'll camp here for now, just in case you're still around. And in case there's other stuff I want to kill here later. Thanks for the guild invite. Cool, guys. All right. On that note, as we're nearing midnight, I am going to get out of here. Because I'm going to get up tomorrow. I will not be streaming in the morning, but I will be... Sounds like maybe doing a little bit of a hate run or something with Keebs, and hopefully he'll be streaming. So, guys, thanks a lot for showing up and hanging out with Travis. Thanks again, always, for being here. Those of you that are new, here's the VODs. Here is our Discord. And I'll be seeing you guys very soon, probably tomorrow. Bye-bye.